sorry.
Hey now.
Welcome in. It is week 6 for the Fantasy Authority. Hope everybody's doing well. We are here to answer every single one of your questions. To get you ready to get that dub, whether you're 0-5, whether you're 5-0. Let's keep it. Let's
somewhere
win.
in between.
Yeah, we're in the business of winning championships right here, boys and gals. So, right off the gate, Justin, right here in the chat, ready to go at 8:45.
9:45.
Well, tomato. Brady or Hurts?
Hurts.
Yeah, it's 100% Hurts.
I know Hurts has been a little disappointing the past couple weeks, but
so is Tom Brady. He's been disappointing pretty much all year.
Well, Brady's starting to heat back up, right? We got Godwin back in the fold.
I mean, he still scored 17 and 27 last week, so not bad.
Yeah, it's Hurts. It's Hurts. Sorry.
Yeah. So Lamb or Godwin? This is CD Lamb for me with Cooper Rush. And Breece Hall, Kamara, or Mixon. This is Breece Hall. That's where we're at.
Oh boy, man, that one is interessante.
I can't, and I'm sure this will be the week that he goes off. But I can't really mess with Joe Mixon right now, right? Like, I mean, he's been terrible this year. He's been terrible. Their offensive line that we thought was going to be so much more improved this year has been. I mean, he's just been bad. Like,
and the offense as a whole has not been performing well either.
No, not at all. But I mean, he only has one touchdown in the year, which doesn't help. But he has multiple weeks where he's scored less than 12 fantasy points. And I mean, his only really decent game was week 1, where he had 21.5. But then other than that, it's been 11.3, 6.8, 17.4 wasn't terrible. That's when his only touchdown he scored, and then 11.8. But kind of underwhelming.
I'm going to go Kamara. Those guys are all ranked pretty closely for me. I'm just going to give the edge to Kamara. Higher implied point total, sitting at 21 right now compared to 19 for the Jets. And it'll be interesting to see what happens with New York too, if Green Bay is able to get out to an early lead and they're not, controlling this game basically the way they did for the entire second half, for 3/4 of the game for the Jets last week going up against Miami. So I'm going to lean Kamara, and it was also good to see Kamara being involved as a pass catcher heavily for the first time last week as well. So it would be Kamara and then Breece and then Mixon for me this week.
Alexis back here, rocking with us as always. Week 6, let's go. Pick 2 for my flex: Monty, Kirk, Rondell, Juju, Jacoby, Mooney. I'm gonna go Kirk and Jacoby Myers.
Samesies. I'm on that. Finally got on that Myers train with you, buddy.
Welcome aboard. There's a lot of room.
That was a one-man train for a while.
Yep. People are starting to jump on. And would you guys trade away Burrow for Kyler Murray, even though I have the Burrow chase stack? I don't really – season-long stacks aren't really all that big of a deal. So I would go Kyler Murray, especially with DeAndre Hopkins now returning next week.
I feel like we're always waiting for that Kyler Murray breakout. Like something always happens that derails that. I gotta figure that Cincinnati offense gets it together at some point. Kevin, you've said before yourself that you do not trust Killer Cliff out there in Arizona.
I will say though, even still, he's 5th in fantasy points per game on the year. I mean, He's averaging 20.4 fantasy points per game. Not that Joe Burrow is far behind because he is actually 6th in fantasy points per game, but
I'd probably just keep Burrow. That one's just kind of like a lateral move to me. I mean, Kyler should have the higher fantasy ceiling because of his rushing ability, but we haven't really seen that as much since year 2, I believe.
Yeah, I mean he hasn't run the ball a ton this year. I think he's at 133 rushing yards on the year, which isn't anything exciting.
What's up, you beautiful bastards?
I mean, you just don't even tell anybody you're coming on.
Hey, every Sunday morning, sometimes Wednesday nights, you'll see my face.
I thought you've been ducking me, since Ezekiel Elliott has been just as bad as he's been the last
better than Cam Akers.
He hasn't been
still better than Cam Akers. That's all that matters between you and me.
No, all that matters is that Tony Pollard is the superior running back.
Hey, Tony Pollard being great, good for the boys. I'm all in.
What is happening? What is happening?
I don't want to derail the whole show, but if we're doing the come to takes here, let's talk a little Dan Arnold real quick, baby.
He's starting to pick up the steam. I've been tracking him. He's starting to pick up a little steam.
He's only
last week.
He's only 150 yards behind Evan Ingram at this point, catching up.
What's up, guys? Need one flex in standard: Brian Robinson, Eno, Gallup, or Garrett Wilson. That's gonna be Eno.
Yeah, probably. Well, depending on what happens with James Conner, right?
I don't think they bring in all these running backs this week if he's planning on playing.
Well, we had both him and Darrell Williams go down. It sounds like James Conner's day. Ooh, Jonathan Ward, can't lose him. It sounds like Conner's more day to day, and Darrell Williams is probably out with his knee injury. I'm interested in Brian Robinson because he gets a Bears defense that is not very good. He's most likely going to be the lead back getting the touches, and I can see him getting a touchdown in this game, whereas Eno is going to be splitting no matter if he's the lead guy or not. And so I kind of go based off of the matchup there. I think this is a Brian Robinson week, but I actually tweeted earlier today where I want to get Brian Robinson, have a good week, and then move him because that's going to be such a cluster committee for most of the season. But I do like him going up against the Bears defense. So I think I'd lean that way with these 4 options, unless we know Conner's for sure out. They're not really excited about Keaontay Ingram. If we think Eno is going to get the workload, which I don't think he's that type of back, I'd probably lean a little bit more Brian Robinson.
I can't play Brian Robinson right now. I mean, Antonio Gibson's still there. He's going to take touches. I mean, whatever it is, J.D. McKissic's going to get touches. I can't. There's just too many mouths there. Yeah. It's just a gross situation overall, in my opinion.
Would you say you expect Eno to get more touches than Brian Robinson? Because I don't know if that's.
I think I think if James Conner's out, Eno gets the. I think he gets the most touches for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Isaac rocking with us. Appreciate the super chat. Put my question in the chat. Oh, on the chat. All right. I got to scroll up.
I'll find it.
There it is.
I hate how they don't alert us on those ones.
I know. 1-4. I lost 2 games behind the low points from Stafford and Chase and Javante's injury. Updated my quarterback Gino. I still love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Mr. QB5 himself on the season, Gino Smith, continues to sling. Which, hey, if you remember on the prop talk, that was my one contribution to go slam the over on Gino over 240 passing yards. Nailed it.
This last week?
Yeah, that was my only. I just jumped in the chat and said, just take that.
Against the Saints? I love it. I sat him. I got a little scared by the Saints. I'm not going to lie.
Kev, you also said to slam all of the Philadelphia overs. So
I feel like I did okay. I mean, a lot of them would have done okay. I mean,
Jalen Hurts did not do okay. from a Jalen Hurts.
Cold water. Cold water on you,
AJ Brown did not do okay. Anyway.
Running back. Let's get back to Isaac, okay? We're not here to talk about, anyways. Brees and Melvin Gordon, Tyreek and Chase, Higbee, Flex, Kareem, and Godwin. And then bench is Deontay, Taysom. Well, Reynolds doesn't matter. Curtis Samuels. Who should I attempt to trade away, and who?
I think he's obviously been losing because he's been probably giving up 10 plus points at the quarterback position. Cody and I talked about it on Sunday morning's show where Stafford's gotten you 11 or less points 3 out of the 4 weeks and now 4 out of the 5 weeks. And so I think that's his biggest issue. If we can expect Gino, who has a great matchup this week, to get 18, 22 points around there, I don't mind the rest of this roster. Brees is kind of taken over, right? We were waiting for that the first couple of weeks. It's happened a little bit sooner than I thought, kind of going to Kev's theory preseason where you thought it was going to happen pretty quickly. It appears that has happened here weeks 4 and now weeks 5. Melvin Gordon, I don't mind that with him having the backfield to himself. Maybe Russ isn't playing to 100%. Tyreek and Jamar Chase, especially if there's no T. Higgins, you're not really going to be trying to move those two. I know it's 1 and 4 and it sucks to say you don't need to do anything, but I think the pivot with your quarterback maybe adds the 10 points you've been missing 4 out of the 5 weeks where you've only been getting 10 points from the quarterback position.
Kev, you just did the whole buy sell video. So what stands out to you here? I haven't really thought about buys and sells, to be completely honest.
Well, he's got like I said, I'm buying Jamar Chase, but he already has Jamar Chase. So
yeah.
Jamar Chase has got to turn this thing around, and so I mean, I don't like. This is a pretty solid team. Like I definitely would want maybe try to upgrade the running back position because I'm not really fully sold on Melvin Gordon, especially the more he fumbles, and Mike Boone actually I think look pretty solid as well. So I mean he's going to get opportunities in that backfield, and so like. I think if I was going to go after anything, it would be a running back. And
trade Taysom. Just try and sell high, get out from underneath. Not get out from underneath it, but he's just going to be so volatile week to week and so up and down. But coming off of a 4 touchdown performance, maybe you can ship.
I think the most depth he has is that wide receiver. With Tyreek, Chase. I mean, Deontay obviously hasn't been great, but he hasn't been terrible either. But you're probably not going to be able to trade him. But Curtis Samuels is a name you could definitely look to unload. I think Josh Reynolds, you're definitely wanting to sell high on that because, the Lions are on bye this week. But Amon-Ra St. Brown should be good to go, healthy once they come back off bye. Jameson Williams is expected to return, or not return, but make his debut, which is pretty much going to relieve Josh Reynolds to like the 4th or 5th wide receiver on this team. And so he would be a guy that I would look to try to get rid of now as quickly as possible because he's not going to really be all that relevant unless more injuries occur with this team. So I think, if you want to package, even like you mentioned with Taysom, I think you could definitely do that. Selling high off this monster performance he just had. I think you could do that. Maybe go. I mean, a lot of times we always try to go like to the top, right? Let's go to get. We got to go get Jonathan Taylor or something like that, who's a great buy low. But like, you don't have to. I think like going like a David Montgomery, who's somebody I talked about. The Bears have the second easiest schedule remaining. Really, 2 of his last 3 games, or the 2 of the last 3 games that he's played in, he's handled over 70% of the opportunities. I don't love David Montgomery, the player, but I think if he's going to get that kind of usage, then he's going to be hard to ignore. And that could be somebody that I think helps people moving forward. And like I said, they have a pretty easy schedule for running backs moving forward. I think that could be somebody you could look to acquire. Like it doesn't always have to be the top of the line guys that we try to go get. I think making incremental upgrades, I think, is a better way to go. And running back, I think, is where you need the most help at.
Agree.
So I think, somebody like that.
Like Taysom and Curtis Samuel.
Maybe even like a Miles Sanders, I think, could be is somebody that doesn't take a lot to acquire. Travis Etienne is a guy that I really like, who's starting to trend up right now. He was another guy that I mentioned. He started last week was the first week that he outsnapped James Robinson, And so he looks to be more and more involved in that offense. I mean, even like a Tony Pollard. I mean, not that I want him as my RB2, but I think he's a good depth piece. He looks like to have well more gas than old ass, broken ass, dusty ass Ezekiel Elliott does. And so any chance I can get that in, I'm going to do it. You know, the one that I think is interesting, though, I guess, is there any scenario where you look to buy Najee Harris? Like, can he really be this bad all year?
Yeah. Is that not a name that you have there? I think that's the number one name where, he's been losing the third down work to Jaylen Warren, but I think that's been game script, right? Where they were blown out early with Gabe Davis, 2 long touchdowns early to the Bills. And the week before, I can't remember if they were back and forth with the Jets, but it was another one where just the game script didn't matter. I think Najee Harris is better than he has been so far. He's maybe not the round 1 running back that some people drafted him to be, but I definitely think he's a round 2 guy with the volume that he'll still get, right? He's not getting the 19 touches per game that he got in 2021, but he's still going to get 15 touches, 3 to 4 targets, a couple catches, right? And I think eventually that will weigh more than what you're going to have with these other options. Taysom Hill, I think, is touchdown dependent. Curtis Samuel, I get it. Like Cody and I've talked about it a couple times. We're doubting him. He feels like he's the next Cordarrelle Patterson, where he just keeps on doing it. But I think those are 2 options where I would flip them for Najee Harris, who I think will be better than he's been so far this year.
The only part that would worry me is just the schedule, because they have Tampa Bay next.
That's true.
And then they get at Miami, which is an okay matchup. Then at Philly, which is not a good matchup. Then New Orleans, and then Cincinnati. Like, you have to go all the way to, like, once you get to like week 12, and you're like, okay, at Indy's not bad. At Atlanta's good. At Carolina's great. Las Vegas is great. Baltimore is whatever. But they're getting some key pieces back on their defense too, so that defense is probably going to be better. But they have 2 matchups there. But there's not a lot of great matchups here, though, and coming up for him either. So I don't know. I just can't imagine he's just going to be this bad all year.
Yeah,
because he only has 1 week where he actually 2 games this year where he's been at least a top 44 running back. Other than that, it's RB29, RB41, and RB45. It's just been terrible for Najee Harris. So I don't know. Anyway,
I think this team's better than 1 and 4. So.
For sure.
Yeah. Going back up to Josh, I'm gonna get some advice here or some thoughts for his son. Pulled off this trade, gave Kyler Murray and got Cousins and Kamara in a 2 QB league.
Yeah. Has Cousins not been better or equal to Murray, and then you also get Kamara? Like it's
a great trade.
That's fantastic.
Love that. Very, very well done.
He actually hasn't been, for the record. Kirk Cousins is actually or quarterback 13 in fantasy points per game. Kyler Murray, I was surprised. He's QB 5 in fantasy points per game. I did not think he was that.
What's the difference points per game?
Almost 4.
4? You're going to get that with Kamara.
Oh, for sure. The overall trade's great. I was just talking about Cousins to
it's a good
Kyler
look.
Murray.
Yep.
We'll jump back up to that question. We got Isaac throwing us another super chat. Really appreciate it, man. Sent a trade of Hunt and Higbee for Kenneth Walker. See how that goes. Also considered trading Hunt and Godwin for Fournette in a non-PPR.
I'm not all that excited about, like, I think Leonard Fournette's fine, but he's actually somebody that I had as a sell, because the last 2 weeks we saw his snaps drops considerably. I mean, he was an 80% guy, and it's dropped down to 62% and 61% each of the last 2 weeks because Rachaad White has been much, much more involved. His snaps are trending up, and it's mainly because they're trying to keep him healthy. And so if he's not going to see that elite usage now in non-PPR, his pass catching work is not as important. So I think Fournette's probably a little bit better option, but just expect moving forward, he's not going to be as much, he's not going to be this 70, 80% guy, but I think his goal line work is still secure.
Yeah.
So I don't hate that. But if you could get the Hunt and Higbee for Kenneth Walker, I would be really happy.
Yeah. Going to that one, I think that's your target, right? Cody, where would you have Walker kind of rest of season? I feel like he's, for me, in that mid running back to 15, top 15, top 16-ish range.
I'm top 15, yeah. I think top 15.
Yeah, like 15 to 18, yeah.
Because the Seahawks offense is better than we thought, so that's helpful. And now there's 2 less pieces right now with Homer out and obviously Rashad Penny. And so now DJ Dallas is going to get the pass catching work I expect, at least early on. That's fine, but the production wise, if he can equal what Penny was doing with the production he was given, I get that they're still running the lowest amount of plays per game. Typical Pete Carroll, shocking. But the efficiency is just so much better than we expected that I think he's going to be a mid running back too for me. Hunt can have those games, but you're never confident when you start him. You're not sure if it's going to be the 2 touchdown game or if it's the 12 for 42 game, right? And so I like that switch, assuming you have some type of option at tight end, I guess. But yeah, that's a win.
808 trying to stay undefeated. Who I play this week in a half PPR, 1 running back and 1 flex. So starting with the running backs, he also has James Conner. So we have Conner, maybe Miles Sanders, and Algier. That's going to be Miles Sanders.
It's not even going to read the last part where he's trying to get T. Higgins off waivers.
Ooh.
Well,
I mean, not that it matters this week because I don't know if T. Higgins will play.
And it also doesn't matter for running back either.
Yeah.
Settle down, Tiger.
Miles Sanders.
For the flex option, yes, Miles Sanders. For the flex option, Olave, Judy, Duvernay, one of the running backs, or if he gets T. Higgins off of waivers, why is T. Higgins on waivers? But
it's Olave if he plays. Is he get through concussion protocol?
Did not practice, but we're talking about Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, we should usually, if he has to at least practice, I think by Friday to play. So.
Normally with these new rules, it can get a little funky. But none of the top 3 wide receivers practiced for the Saints. Not good. Jameis Winston did in a limited fashion, which is interesting. But yeah, I think this is Sanders. Even if Olave plays, I think it's really hard to sit Sanders right now. Who they have the Cowboys. I think I'm probably rolling out Sanders regardless if Olave plays, but it can get close if it's just Olave. And
we also need a flex as well.
Yeah. You need one running back.
He'd be that next option. I think he'd be that next option.
So who would be the flex? We know Miles Sanders is locked in. We're good there.
Yes. It'd be Olave if he plays.
And then I think it would be Jerry Jeudy.
Judy, yeah.
I mean, at some point, the Broncos offense is going to do something, right? Like, and not look like just a Steven pile of shit.
We're not considering Duvernay if Bateman's out. Duvernay was 5 for 54, and he gets the Giants, who've actually been, I think, solid against the pass. I'd have to look that up to be for sure, but I'd have to kind of look there. I think it's close between Duvernay and Judy.
Cody just sitting here just mooning the camera.
What?
He just got up and just...
Did I forget to put pants on again?
Again? This season?
I would have died. I mean, we would have got hit with like a something, but yeah, it'd have been great. But yeah, it's Jerry Jeudy. I mean, I think Devin Duvernay is close if Rashad Bateman is out, but I think it's Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah. I want to keep believing.
Don't stop believing.
Hit it, baby.
All right, on
Wednesday night tunes.
On to the journeyman. Kirk Ford, Jacoby Myers, and Darren Waller. I also have Pitts. Please help 1 and 4.
Yes.
Kev, there's a dub for you. Some Jacoby Myers love. I'm sure you've already talked to him. Talk to me nice.
Hey, I mean, I've been riding the Jacoby Myers train for a while. It's been a one-man band. People are starting to jump on,
Who are we benching between Terry or Olave for TX?
I'm benching Terry. I'm done with Terry McLaurin. He was actually on my sell video.
Yeah, I would have
this
benched
week
Terry as well.
I'm bitching him. Even last week with so many players were out, so like even with Jahan Dotson out and Logan Thomas, he still didn't have more than a 16% target share in that offense. And so he's just been not good. And so if Olave's playing, I'm playing Olave.
Yeah, I'll probably rank it that way as well. Yeah.
E.T. Kevin mentioned on a RB rank video about how messy the Niners backfield will be when Mitchell returns. It's still worth hanging on to Mitchell or not.
Yeah, I think he's worth a stash. See how everything is going to play out. I don't know if he's going to come back and just take over the job again, but I think it's. I'm at least going to hold on to it for sure to see what happens. But it's possible that Jeff Wilson just holds on to this job. I mean, as well as he played, but I'm not just going to release Elijah Mitchell especially if he's holding, because he should be back now, probably in a couple of weeks. So I think the timetable was what 6 to 8 weeks for him. We're getting close to that time frame. So
this one for backs and a half PPR, Dillon or Dobbins. This one's going to be Dobbins for me.
Yeah, AJ Dillon's opportunity share has dropped each of the last 2 or 3 weeks, and so I'm gonna go J.K. Dobbins, and not that J.K. Dobbins he's not as secure of an option, but I still think he's a pretty solid RB2. Where AJ Dillon's more of just an RB3 for me right now.
Ravens have who this week?
The Ravens.
Giants.
Yeah.
Giants.
The G-Men.
Yeah, I think Dobbins is definitely your guaranteed workload. I do like Packers going up against the Jets. Jets have looked better, obviously, this year, but they did go against a third string, first start quarterback last week. I expect the Packers to be leading in that game, and I think Dillon's workload will be increased from what it was last week. But I think your safety pick is probably J.K. Dobbins.
Injury needs one wide receiver and a flex. We have Sutton, Pittman, Hollywood, Eno.
Well,
it's going to be Pittman and Hollywood for me.
Correct.
Yeah.
Sad that we can't start Cortland Sutton too. But yeah. No.
Yeah. RDs have Montgomery and Gibson. Gibson points suck in his last few games. On waivers, there's McKissick, White, Henderson, and Kelly. Should I pick one up from the waivers?
Yeah, I mean, it depends who you're dropping, right? That's always the counter question is who are you dropping to pick up? Rashad White would be my top pickup there.
I also think it depends on if you're I mean, I guess, Kev, you're just touching on Rashad White. His opportunities and snap share have increased the past 2 weeks. But I think Rashad White is obviously the best stash of the group, where McKissick might be the start for this week.
McKissick, really? I can't start McKissick. I don't know. I think that's risky.
The way that I took it is if Dez is saying that they have Monty and Gibson, it kind of looks like they're starting someone.
Ooh. I mean, Henderson would probably be my start out of that group, which is ironic because he got 0 carries.
This is Cam Akers' breakout week, baby.
Oh, jeez. You got to ride that train. Your dusty ass Ezekiel Elliott outscoring your Cam Akers. Not even close.
I never should have. See that you picked that one. I never should have picked that as my guy. But
don't back on that. They were going right next to each other in ADP. Don't backtrack now. You can forfeit now.
It has nothing to do with Cam Akers. My whole point, and it still stays, is that we talked about all offseason, is that Ezekiel Elliott's dust. And all those people that were like, oh no, people are stupid. Zeke Elliott's still a top 10 running back, are pretty quiet right now. That's all I'm saying.
Well, he's
Anyways,
also been playing with a
Dennis'
backup
question.
quarterback.
It's Rashad White. We're gonna pick up Rashad White. Rashad White is the pickup. If you're desperate for somebody for this week, like if you have to play him for this week, I'm still probably gonna play Rashad White because Rashad White's getting about the same opportunities as these other guys are getting, and he's getting pass catching work. So it's Rashad White. Like that's the guy we want. Rashad White could be an absolute league winner. If something happens to Leonard Fournette, he's a league winning running back because he's going to be the guy. And so it's Rashad White.
Young visionary coming through with this super chat. Appreciate that as well. What are your thoughts on this team? 12-team PPR, and they're 2-3 with Gino, JT, Eno, Keenan, who I think was just kind of running off on the side today, so it doesn't really sound like that he.
I think there was a report that he's expected to play this week. I think I saw that today. Keenan Allen.
That would be well received.
Yeah.
From Robbie Jeffers.
Courtesy of you, Mark Andrews, Gabe Davis, benches McKenzie, Reynolds, Carr, and McKissick.
I mean, he's been missing Keenan Allen, and his next best wide receiver is Curtis Samuel and Gabe Davis. I think that's maybe been what's probably been holding him back. I'm assuming this team isn't.
Well, JT underperforming also hasn't helped either.
Correct.
Yeah.
I would assume this team's had a rough start of things. But with Keenan coming back, I think that's going to really, really help. And then I'm assuming he just made the switch to Gino semi-recently, similar to the last question. I don't like the running back 2 with Eno. I'd need to try and strengthen that running back 2 situation.
Yeah, but I think what he could do, if he wanted, would be to make a trade here, maybe like with kind of like Josh Reynolds, kind of like we talked about with Isaac. Take Josh Reynolds and package him.
Yeah, the problem is no one's trading for Josh Reynolds right now. It's so hard to trade for a player when they are on a bye week. Like we've all tried. I
wouldn't trade him straight up, so I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't even mind including like again a Curtis Samuel into that with as well as Curtis Samuel's played. I don't expect that to continue all year. And so again, we're not looking to hit a grand slam with the trade. We're just looking to make an upgrade so we can have a consistent kind of RB2 here. And it's kind of the same thing I that I've said. Same guys supply would be like a David Montgomery type option, or maybe try to figure out what it would take to get Kenneth Walker or something like that. I think would be something that I would look to do.
Yep.
Art form, full PPR. We need a flex here between Olave, Zeke, Alec Pierce, Brian Robinson, and DPJ.
Say it. Say it. You already know. Say it. Say it, Cody. It's Alec Pierce. 100%.
Oh.
Whoa.
Okay. That's
okay.
If Olave's out, it's Alec Pierce. 100%.
What can go ahead and expand, I guess.
Why would it not be?
Well, Alec Pierce would have been my second one, but I thought you just wanted me to say Olave.
It would be Olave, but I don't think he's going to play. With him getting a concussion, I don't know. We'll see. If he plays, then yes, but I'm not expecting him to play, so it's Alec Pierce.
I like Alec Pierce as well.
Mm-hmm. Don't even try.
Yeah. I mean, I'll stick with what I mentioned before with Brian Robinson. That's an odd amount of confidence for Alec Pierce. I mean, I guess it's obviously weighed with the other options here, which are not fantastic.
If you look what he's done he's actually received a larger target share than Michael Pittman.
Right, but that's not going to continue. We were not expecting him to do that. But
he's still. I mean, so week 4 he scored 12, which is solid, and then last week he scored 16.1. Like.
Last week was great. I don't expect him to ever do 8 and 80. Probably again the rest of the season. Like
he was also doing that on 59% of the snaps. Like I think his snap share can increase, which then could stabilize some of these numbers as well.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely possible. I would say we're expecting more of the 3 for 61 than the 8 for 81. For Pierce, I guess is I don't know. Just Kev's confidence in Alec Pierce wanted me to just investigate more. I think with these other options, he's probably in the consideration. I'll lean Brian Robinson over Pierce, but
you just have to remember Ashton Doolin is out with, now. He's on IR, so they don't have him anymore. I mean, they really don't have a whole lot of pass catchers.
Like dead, like he's not playing anymore. He got injured again.
We might as well be.
Not. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know if I missed Paris Campbell just doing Paris Campbell things and being injured. He's just missing. He's on the milk carton, is what you're saying.
Correct. Sutton, Sanders, and K-Dub at the flex and full PPR for Justin.
I'm gonna go Cortland Sutton. God, I really want to say Kenneth Walker.
That's where I'm at too.
Surprised we haven't seen any Ramondre questions yet. Fat Mondre.
No, because he's an auto start, right?
Did you? Yeah, I saw. Was it Sean Kerner? He has him as his RB1 this week. I'm like, oh, I like that.
Yeah, I think Chris Towers, CBS, had him as running back 1. I have him as running back 6. So, I mean, hopefully there's not too many questions there. Going back to this, I mean, I have Sanders at running back 13, Walker at running back 12, with some tweaks probably still make. I think I lean Walker here. Eventually, Sutton's going to just tear the walls down. There's going to be a 120-2 week from Sutton at some point, and I can't wait for it.
Mike coming through with the super chat. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you for rocking with us, and thank you for the support. Rate my trades here. Traded Najee, St. Brown, Olave, and Brian Robinson for CMC, Deontay, Kirk, and Hunt. And then traded CMC, Debo for Diggs, A.J. Brown, and Breece Hall.
It's a lot to unpack. I need a flow chart.
I know. So traded away.
This is a very, very, very good trade, and very good of just trading up. You know, you started with a penny and you traded up to $1. Because Najee, like we talked about, whatever. St. Brown's obviously been a stud outside of what last week, but that he was playing injured, but he should be fine moving forward. And then Brian Robinson, Olave's whatever. And then you go up to there, but then the final product is getting Stephon Diggs, A.J. Brown, and Breece Hall. Like great work.
I think we have a spare slot on the week, and we do trade strategy. We just bring Mike on. We just give him the mic, and he just takes over. Thoughts?
Great work, though. That's a great trade.
Yeah. I like it. I'd also be curious to know the time periods. You know what I mean? Like, was this like an immediate, like, all right, I'm flipping CMC right away? Or was this something that was like a day in between? It's always curious how trades like that end up transpiring. But well done, Mike. Well done. Over to our ma'am Tam. We need one wide receiver and one flex here in a full PPR. We got Pittman, Lazard, Edmonds, Connor, Drake, London, and Drake London or Sutton.
I'm gonna go Pittman and Sutton.
Yep.
Edmonds just been a swing and a miss. Hurts.
And Myles Gaskin getting more snaps than he did last week.
Oh, brutal, guys. Brutal.
CEH or I'm assuming this is J-Rob?
I think so. Ooh, that's a good one. What do you think?
I'm just going to take the better offense and go Clyde. Because obviously, Clyde has been overperforming, especially in consideration or whenever you look at his snap share and just overall touches, frankly. It's not like he's been a volume monster. He's really been living off of touchdowns. But if the trend continues and ETN starts to, become I don't think ETN fully takes over, but if it ends up being like a 60-40 kind of split in ETN's favor, I think it's really going to hamper Robinson. And then at that point, I'm just going to hitch my wagon to the better offense.
Kev, you go next.
Oh, I'll probably go CEH, but I don't like either one of them. I mean, CEH is 31st in opportunity share. He's 32nd in carries on the season. He's 17th in targets, but he's 9th in fantasy points per game. All because he has 5 touchdowns.
Not sustainable.
And he only has one game this year where he has over 50% he's played over 50% of the snaps. He's only had 1 week. That's the same week where he had over 10 carries. And so like, it's just completely unsustainable. And so like, that's why he's such an easy sell for me. Now this week isn't the great week to do it because he scored 6.5, but if he has another really good week, like I'm looking to sell as soon as possible.
Yeah. What's crazy is that in that Chiefs game, he was a yard away from scoring.
He looks terrible. Like he looks awful.
He did last night, but 2 weeks ago he didn't. Anyways, we can keep going. But I agree with you. It's CEH, but it's close. And CEH is just on this cusp of, does he score and get 4 catches or does he not?
Shelton, do we consider Kyle Pitts a good start this week? I don't know.
Compared to what? Like,
I didn't check practice reports. I know we're only at Wednesday, but
he practiced today.
Yeah. I mean, if he's playing, go ahead.
I was just gonna say Arthur Smith hates good players. I guess he just does. Like,
hey, he's been making Drake London something for a couple weeks here.
I guess. I mean, I don't know. I
think it's a Marcus Mariota thing personally, but yeah, I think you're probably starting him unless you have a really good stream option that you picked up, right?
How soon until we see Desmond Ridder? That's what I want to know.
I think soon. I had week 8 preseason, week 8, week 9.
Yeah. Pitts or Njoku?
This week? Oh, it's Njoku.
Pitts or Higbee?
Ooh.
Higbee.
Pitts or Irv Smith?
Kyle Pitts.
Pitts.
Okay.
I mean, he'll be
we're
tight end 10.
At,
tight end 10, 11. Yeah.
Rollins coming through with the super chat. Really appreciate you guys just stacking these up today. RB, Saquon, Fournette, wide receivers, Jefferson, Kirk, Lazard, B-Rob, Rashad White, Khalil Herbert on the bench. Do I trade Fournette for Amon-Ra and Ken Walker? Yes. Just for both of them. Yes.
And that over Amon-Ra and Etienne for me. Yep.
Yeah, we want Amon-Ra and Ken Walker. And then just a fun game real quick. We can say your answers, then we can move on to the next question. I just want to see, what do you think his record is? Because I'm going to say 4-1.
Jefferson's been balling out. Saquon's been balling out. He's RB1. Lazard's gotten touchdowns every week. Yeah, he's got to be 4-1, 3-2.
He's either 5-0 or 4-1.
Yeah, agree.
He had Khalil Herbert there for that little stretch that he got, the opportunity. Yep. So yeah.
Yep.
Let us know, Rollins. What's your record? I want to know.
Flex.
I wanna know if you're playing me, keep it on the low. Sorry, trying to
background music.
Here we go.
Will you post QB rankings? Yeah, we can post them in the Discord.
Discord.
Yeah, the Discord. We've actually recorded a quarterback and tight end ranking video for the past 3 weeks, and it has never seen the light of day because Kevin and I simply just do not have the time. So to peel back the curtain, we typically record those on Tuesday. We edit them to come out Wednesday. Then today we have this show. Tomorrow Kevin goes live at night for the DFS show. I go live later in the week for a prop show. So we might be switching to a Monday recording for the rankings. But it kind of just sucks going on Monday because then we don't have all the information. The sites that we use don't update their statistics and stuff, so we're kind of going in half blind or without some of the information. So maybe in the future, but yeah, if you jump into the Discord, we can definitely post something in there. New Life rocking with us. Love your stream. We love you, New Life. I think Pickett is going to go off this weekend. Your thoughts, New Life? I think you are off your rocker.
You don't think there's new life for the Steelers going up against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Yeah, I would agree. That's a long shot.
It's a rough matchup.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's gonna be a game coming that I think where he plays really well, and I don't know. I kind of like the chippiness that he had, but this past week, but when they were getting just boat raced by the But yeah,
as much as I have,
you think
just absolutely dumped on the Steelers, that was a cheap shot, just diving at the legs like that.
That was. Do you think they take a quarterback if they have a top 5 pick next year? Do you think they take a quarterback again?
Well, let's see, right?
Well, you're going to know him. He's going to play all year, so we're going to know that. But if he doesn't,
but I don't know that yet.
Right, but I'm just saying if he doesn't play well the rest of the year and they have a top 3 or 4 pick, you think they take quarterback?
They have so many holes to fill.
They should. They should take. If
you
have a shot at taking
an
elite quarterback, you absolutely do it.
Yeah,
I like Kenny Pickett's it, and Kenny Pickett's 26.
Retweet for 4 other teams that could pick before him, though. You know what I mean? If they're pick 5, those top 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah, but I think this year is going to be. I think there's going to be quite a few guys this year.
Yeah.
They're going to be in this class, but I can't. I'm already excited to talk about next year's class. But
Dynasty boy, Dynasty boy.
This is just becoming more and more apparent.
Oh man, he's more dynasty than we are, Cody.
Hating veterans, just all about the youth. Now talking about excited for next year's class. I think Kev.
Maybe I really am in like 8 or 9 dynasty leagues.
I know
you are for sure. 100%. Love it.
Justin Young traded away Saquon and Mike Will, or trade away Saquon, Ertz, Mike Will, or Debo, Josh Allen in full PPR in a 10-man. So I think Justin made the trade. Which side? Right?
Yeah. I mean, who did you have at quarterback will really help that conversation. But Saquon, I mean, guys, where do you have him rest of the season? I would say he's probably a top 3 option with his pass catching work. That's a tough move for me. I'm not a Debo guy either. I don't think you guys are either. We have him more as wide receiver 2 than the top 8 wide receiver that most sites had him as.
I don't think he is now. I think now he's wide receiver 1 with Jimmy Garoppolo. That was a Trey Lance, but yeah.
Sure. Is he that different from Mike Williams where you can give up Saquon and Ertz? You know what I mean? I guess I would say I like the Saquon side better. Wrap that up.
Absolutely, yeah. Because running backs are harder to find, and then Josh Allen. Yes, Josh Allen has been an absolute baller, but I don't know. I don't like trading for quarterbacks.
Dez needs a drop here out of Renfro, Davis, Julio, Ayuk, or DJ Moore.
Julio, and then Renfro.
In the flex for Raylan, Clyde, Melvin, or Gallup, and this is a PPR.
Melvin.
I think so. Yeah.
Especially against that just absolutely terrible Chargers run defense.
Mm-hmm.
ET, we need the good vibes this week, and I'm not feeling too great about
it's tough.
About traveling. James Franklin always fucks up. Not feeling great about it. Truth Teller, starting Gino over Russ this week. Thoughts?
I've heard this a lot on some podcasts I've listened to. I'm doing it in a league. I don't think it's that crazy. It sounded crazy 5 weeks ago. I don't think it's crazy at all with the matchup Gino has and how he's been playing and the weapons he has.
Wilson's only had 1 game this year where he's really been usable. Where he scored, I think, almost 30 or something like that. But
week 1?
No, I think it was 2 weeks ago. It was against the Raiders.
Yeah.
And that was pretty much it. And so, yeah, I'm starting Gino over. Like, I'm still like waiting for like kind of like Sam Darnold last year. Remember that? Like the first 4 or 5 weeks of season, he was just balling, playing great, and all this stuff, right? And then just the bottom fell out. Like I'm kind of waiting for that. But I will say this: Gino last year was actually pretty decent as well last year too. Whenever Russell Wilson was out, so like we have a little bit of a track record here of saying that Gino is better than what we think he is. Obviously, Russ has got to get it together, but I don't know. This game doesn't have like a great total on it either. This Broncos Chargers game. Not as high as I was expecting it to be. It's actually been bet down. It opened at a 46.5. It's dropped, down a full point already, and it's only Wednesday. And the Broncos only have a 20.25 implied point total this week, which is not very good. Where the Seahawks they've jumped up, and they are actually at 24 that implied point total. And this game has already been bet up to almost 51 points, which is one of the highest on the slate. So, yes, I would much rather have Gino.
Yep. Next.
Then Njoku or Patty Fry?
Njoku. I mean, Njoku's a legit top 7 or 8 tight end rest of season.
Yeah, Brissett. Yeah. I mean, going back to preseason, Kev, you and I had disagreed with that, and Brissett's been playing a lot better each and every week. So, yeah, until he shows that he can't do it, he's passing for 225 yards and a touchdown every week. So, yeah, much better than I expected.
Jacoby Myers questionable. Monty plays on Thursday. What would you guys do? If I don't play Monty and Myers is out, I would have to go with Rondell, Juju, or Mooney.
I expect Jacoby to play.
Yeah, both to play. Yeah. I would go. I think I would have Monty over Jacoby. Because that Washington Commanders defense is also booty.
Yeah, probably lean Monty as well. Do I start Kamara against a good run defense like Cincinnati? Do I throw in Jeff Wilson, got Breece Hall at flex, and Dalvin at RB1?
I would play Kamara and Breece. Jeff Wilson's really close. I have him like RB 12 or 13.
Yeah, I'd like to start Jeff Wilson, but I'm not starting him over Kamara. Jeff Wilson would be a top 14 running back for me, but yeah.
Andrew asks, should I stick B-Rob in my RB2 spot and flex JT in case he doesn't play, or stick with JT and flex DJ Moore and just keep B-Rob on the bench in a PPR?
There's optimism.
Taylor did not practice today. I don't believe.
Frank Wright said there's optimism he will play week 6. Could be coach speak. We don't know. Taylor did not practice this week.
Again, we always talk about I don't care if you practice today or not.
Correct. Yeah. I guess that's what I'm saying.
He's not gonna. You're going to know. You'll wait and see if he practices tomorrow. You're going to be able to know that information before to make a decision. But I think JT plays. I think they absolutely have to have him play. They can't lose another game.
I'm putting B-Rob in your running back 2 spot, and then you're flexing JT or DJ Moore, I guess, if that's your other option, your next best option.
And I'm going B-Rob over DJ Moore.
Yep.
Just for the record, I would go DJ Moore.
If you're going DJ Moore, then you're saying you are not playing Brian Robinson, who you have to decide on. Yeah, I don't want to play that game. Okay.
Mark Maloney, appreciate the $2 holla. Trade Aaron Jones and Sutton for A.J. Brown and Swift yesterday. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yesterday. Good job, Eminem.
100%. Would you trade Melvin Gordon for Miles Sanders? If I can pull off the trades I've sent, I'll have Breece, Walker, and Sanders.
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
We've also started a drink for misspellings, Kev. That's a new trend here in the TFA streets.
Yes, I would.
Yeah, I like that. We are far behind.
Speed round.
Do I trade CH and Devonta Smith for CD Lamb?
I don't think so. I'd want to know who your other running back is that you'd start in place of CH. I don't think so. Running back's really, really difficult come bye week.
I think you can. Like Robbie, like you were just saying, depending on what you have behind CH, but we were just talking about all the issues with him as well. Smith has been playing well in like 3 straight weeks now, but that has also come at the detriment of AJ Brown, and I would expect that to switch back at some point.
For sure.
Ronnie, who should I have on defense this week? Chicago, Washington, or the Chargers? I'm going to go with Washington.
I'm going to go Chicago.
That's my thing. I'm like, who do I expect to score less in this game? I go back and forth with Chicago and Washington. I think I'm leaning Chicago. But I want one of those. I think that's going to be a low-scoring game. I want one of those 2 defenses.
It's just, I don't expect, because Chicago doesn't throw the ball very much, it's very limited opportunities to be able to either get sacks or interceptions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so I would just lean towards Chicago's defense. We know Carson Wentz is good for one dumb, interception a game. So
Chicago actually leads the NFL in sack rate at 17%, and the Giants are second at 10%. Justin Fields also second in pressured drop back rate. And I think Washington is top, if I'm remembering correct, top 6 in defensive pressure rate.
I don't know what to do with all
that.
But
Washington also is going to be without William Jackson at corner as well. So the real answer is not the Chargers, Ronnie, which I did not have on my fantasy bingo card at the beginning of the year that they've
been so disappointing.
That we would all be picking Chicago and Washington over the Chargers. Mike A, 2 flex, Olave, Myers, MG3 if JT plays.
I'm gonna go Myers and Melvin Gordon.
Yep.
Assuming Olave plays, Olave and Melvin Gordon.
Fantasy Gurus podcast, officially 4-1 in the season. Should I flip Dalvin Cook and Tyreek Hill for Devontae and Brees?
Yes.
Cody, defer. I defer before you defer. I defer to you.
So I look at this like this. I think Devontae Adams at this point is a win over Tyreek Hill. I think it's very close between the 2 of them, but I would just slightly prefer Devontae. And then when it comes to Brees and Dalvin Cook, I would actually rather have Brees Hall rest of season over Dalvin Cook. We have seen Dalvin Cook last week. I think it was a little alarming that he only played like 57% of the snaps. And I think it has to do with a combination of a couple of things. But it looks like he could be going towards the committee. He has a bum shoulder. He's an older running back. He's 27 years old. And so you can start to see a little bit more.
So old. So ancient.
I didn't say he's ancient, but he's continually played with this shoulder injury. And
I just traded him for a 3rd-round pick in my Dynasty League today.
If it gets too rough, it is a season-ending surgery that he would have to have. So I am selling Dalvin Cook if I can. And I think this is a fair value. Brees Hall, I think, is a top 10 running back rest of season.
Yeah, that's so close. I think I have Dalvin Cook slightly over Brees, Devontae slightly over Hill. I'll defer to Kev. I think it's a really close trade.
Kev got me there. Lucius had someone hit me up about a trade request, me giving up Hollywood and Miles Sanders for Debo and J.K. Dobbins.
No, mainly just because I don't want J.K. Dobbins. I would definitely be looking to trade Hollywood Brown anywhere I could.
Rank these players rest of season for James Johnson Jr., A.J. Brown, Michael Pittman, Waddle, and Mike Williams.
I thought you're not a junior if you're the second. They're like two separate.
Well, it went along with the name, so I threw it out there.
Oh, it's okay. I just wanted to respect the name.
I would go.
You go first.
The way that he has it listed.
Yeah, me too. Who should I start this week out of Pickett or Ryan?
Matt Ryan.
Yeah, I'm going Matt Ryan there. Thoughts on Michael Pittman rest of season?
I still believe.
Fine.
Yep, yeah. I still believe low end.
We have to remember he was banged up there too, so maybe kind of working his way back from that fully. And I don't think that it hurts that somebody like that there's another option that is appearing in Alec Pierce either. So defenses might have to respect that a little bit more instead of just absolutely keying in on Pittman the entire time. Pick 2 and a flex here for truth. MG3, Aaron Jones, James Conner, Kenneth Walker, Kirk, or Deontay from the Steelers. Got Pitts. I'm not considering him at all. Got Goddard. I'm good. Yep. There we go. So 2 and a flex here. So I'm assuming we need 2 running backs.
Mm-hmm.
Gordon, Aaron Jones, Connor, Kenneth Walker. We go Aaron Jones and Kenneth Walker.
And then I might go Melvin Gordon over Kirk. I might do 3 running backs there.
I'm going Kirk. Bounce back week incoming. Kev?
Aaron Jones, Kenneth Walker, and Christian Kirk.
Boom. Mark, who's better, Godwin and Miles or Kamara and DJ Moore?
Godwin and Miles Sanders.
Godwin and Miles. Shelton, my friend has Brian Robinson. He's thinking about dropping him for Melvin Gordon. We can only hold 4 in our league.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Need a defense for both my leagues. We need 2 here. Green Bay, Cleveland, Washington, Cincy, and Minnesota. Green Bay shitting the bed against the Giants. I wish I could just be like, yep, Green Bay. Don't even think about it.
Yeah, I almost go the other way where I'm like, do they shit the bed twice in a row, right?
And you have all the travel.
I'm going Minnesota.
I'm going to go Minnesota and Washington.
I got to take
Minnesota and Cleveland.
We're not helpful. Minnesota and Green Bay. I mean, Minnesota is the helpful piece. But, I mean, yeah.
Oh, wait, I didn't see Green Bay. Sorry, I didn't see that first part. So it would actually be Minnesota, Green Bay for me. Sorry.
Was Green Bay bad last week, even though they lost?
Well, they were up. The first half? It was like they had a 20-10 lead, and then they just kind of collapsed in the second half. And they were doing a lot of dumb stuff in the second half anyways. I mean, it was all like the first half, it was a lot of short intermediate routes running the ball. Second half, it was like they were the ones trailing and started throwing a lot of deep balls and everything else. So, I don't know. Just anyway.
Jose is trying to trade Etienne and J-Rob for one good running back. Have looked for Hall, Mixon, Kenneth Walker. Owners tell me this is not a fair trade. What other RB could be fair for these two? See, the issue with packaging these two is that they're on the same team. So whoever's taking them is all going to be playing one. You're not starting Etienne and J-Rob. This isn't a Kamara, Mark Ingram, circa 2018 sort of situation. I mean, I would not take those for. I mean, Kenneth Walker would be the one that's closest. I'm definitely not doing it for Hall or Mixon. In terms of what's fair, I mean, we going back to the well with somebody like a Miles Sanders.
I think my answer would be to hold. I think ETN's only going to get better as the season goes by. Like, I think he is going to overtake James Robinson. He's going to be more involved as a pass catcher. So if we're talking about like a PPR league, if it is PPR, I think Travis Etienne is fine. I don't think you're going to be able to get like Miles Sanders has been too good to be able to get. I don't think people like Etienne and James Robinson had those first couple of weeks where he was really good, but he's really fallen off. His snaps have fallen off. His production's fallen off. So he kind of like, if you were going to trade James Robinson, you should have already have done it. And then ETN, I mean, hasn't really had like a blow up game either, but like he's gotten better. And so like right now, I don't think you're in a spot where like either one of those are going to command something. And like you said, trading both isn't a great option. Like honestly, like another running back I probably should have mentioned, but again, it's not going to get it done, would be Deandre Swift. I think he's also a really good buy low just because he's been out and everything else, but you're not getting that ETN and J Rob. I would actually just hold and just play Travis Etienne.
Yeah. Trying to think.
I don't think he needs a running back, personally. I think he can flip J Rob and another piece to upgrade it. Wide receiver, tight end. I think Hall, Mixon, and Kenneth Walker is a hell of a trio.
I think Jose tried.
Yeah, he tried to trade for all three, but they said no.
I see. Okay.
I'm trying to think of like a running back that's been disappointing. Like you can maybe flip J Rob for it because, like Kev said, I want to hold ETN. I don't want to get out on that right now where it seems like ETN could be, going toward that 60-40.
I think
for the rest of the season.
Najee, Dobbins, Akers, Zeke are your disappointing options that were higher ranked.
Jeff Wilson and Jacoby Myers over Curtis Samuel and MG3 in a full PPR.
Jeff Wilson, yes, over Melvin Gordon.
And I think I have Samuel and Myers back. No, not back to back. I have Samuel ahead of Jacoby Myers, but it's not by much. And Kev, I'm assuming you have Myers over Samuel.
Yeah, I have Jacoby Myers at 24, and I have Curtis Samuel at wide receiver 25.
Robbie, you want to split that one?
I don't, but no, I'll go Jacoby Myers over Curtis Samuel.
Mostert over Devonta Smith and Thielen at flex in a full PPR.
Yes.
I'll go Smitty. I really like Mostert this week. But in a full PPR, I lean the Slim Reaper.
Yeah, I think I do too. I'm going to have Devonta Smith in my flex rankings over Mostert. Yeah.
Would you trade Josh Allen for Burrow and Kenneth Walker? Josh Allen is just such a cheat code right now.
What's he averaging? Like 30 a game, and Burrow we probably expect to average 23 a game. Is Kenneth Walker outscoring that replacement level by 7 points? That's the tough piece. That's tough. No. No.
I kind of feel the same way. I don't.
Yeah.
Who do you have a running back? Do you need a running back? Is it?
Yeah, Jose, let us know what your
Like if you're desperate for a running back, yeah, maybe. Because I mean, Joe Burrow
should get better,
but he doesn't have anywhere close to the ceiling that Josh Allen does for sure. But if you're desperate for a running back, I think Kenneth Walker could end up being wouldn't surprise me if he finishes rest of season where he was somewhere around the top 12, something like that. So
yeah.
TN, just the GOAT once again.
Staying goated.
Appreciate you as always. And Goddard or Kittle?
He always gives us the tough ones. He gives us the tough ones.
Just because I think it is a good matchup for Kittle. But the issue is if they get ahead and it just becomes another Jeff Wilson, Tevin Coleman week. That's the one thing that I worry about there.
Yeah, Cody, you said that on our morning show on Sunday, right? Like that was the fear that they would get too far ahead of who the 49ers play, the Panthers. And they did. The problem was Kittle was used that first drive. I think he had 4 of his 5 catches on that first and start of the second drive. They want to get him involved. It's just like you're saying, does it extend into the second quarter, the second half? And it didn't this last week. I think I have Goddard over Kittle, but man, that ceiling for Kittle is much higher than Goddard, I think.
I know, and it's coming. He's that 30-point production, that 30-point game where he just goes absolutely nuclear is coming. And
I said that to Cody on Sunday.
And you're just kind of look at your bench and be like, son of a bitch. I think I'm gonna go Kittle.
Yeah, I can't really push back against that one. Great matchup. The much higher ceiling, 100% for sure, without a doubt. But Goddard definitely has the safer floor. Appreciate you, T. And this one from Toyin. Trade Amonra for Walker and Hunt in a non-PPR. The non-PPR makes this
exciting.
Interesting, yeah.
Assuming, again, I want to know those other wide receiver. Who are you upgrading from at running back? Is Walker and Hunt your running back 2 and 3? And Amon-Ra was your wide receiver 1. In a vacuum, if I don't know the team, I say yes, this is a win.
Kev, Amon-Ra for Walker and Hunt.
Yeah, especially in non-PPR.
South C, should I start Hall over JT this week, even if JT is healthy?
No, we're starting Jonathan Taylor. He's healthy.
And then Lockett or Olave. This is Tyler Lockett.
Yeah. And I would also ask, can we start both? Because JT, who's the other running back you're starting? I have Breece Hall at RB9 this week for context. So
I think I have him at 10.
So there's not many running backs past him. And then who you start in the flex? Can we get Breece Hall in there? Because yes, JT, if he's playing, I'm starting him.
It's a good team. These are good problems to have. I'm going JT over Hall, and I'm probably sticking Olave over Lockett, but I can understand why you'd want to do Lockett over Olave.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah, I'm not doing it anymore with him. He's this Seahawks, Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf have just been put in people's faces.
They have.
It hasn't even been a roller coaster. It's just been down.
Right.
And we haven't got to the drop yet.
There's going to be a drop eventually. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Lockett's not going to. Anyways, yeah.
Do we think Devontae gets suspended?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. This is a good problem. He has Barkley and CMC.
What the hell is going on here? What in the hell is going on?
Wait, and he has JT? Good for you. I don't know how you did it. I don't know if it's a keeper league or what, but
I don't understand.
Good for you, sir.
Does not compute. Yeah, it's got to be a keeper, right? Like even in like a
even like an 18 league, like I guess. Well, no, because even if it was like something like short, like because you took JT with your first pick, but I possibly could see it because because CMC for some people people just weren't that high on, right, and people were afraid of because the injuries that he's had suffered each of the last couple of years. So like it's possible he could have fallen to a certain point, but even if you did at that point, I guess it would still have to come back. So in a snake, like I still don't think you would have been able to get him. So I think it has to be.
That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So I was saying, like even like in a 4-man, I don't see that. Do we think Devontae gets suspended?
I don't think so.
I think he'd get one game. Should he? No. It's stupid. The whole thing is overblown and dumb.
1, don't push people. 2, I don't think he's getting suspended. Probably just
it is,
fine.
but like it's really not that serious. Like he shouldn't be getting suspended, but I think it's definitely in the range of possibilities.
Yeah.
I think it's suspended. And also don't be an asshole. Monier, start 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex, have PPR. Sutton, Evans, Smitty, Cooks for the wide receivers. So we need 2. Going to go with the first 2 there. I'm assuming it's going to be a clean sweep with Sutton and Evans.
Yeah.
And then Chubb, Aaron Jones, Walker, ETN. I'm assuming that's going to be Chubb and Walker for us? Question mark.
It's going to be Chubb and Aaron Jones.
Mm-hmm. I have Aaron Jones above Walker.
Okay. Yeah. And then flex.
Walker.
Correct. We all agreed. What is happening?
Chris, Monty or Melvin for PPR?
I'm going Melvin. I have Melvin at 16. I have Monty at 18.
Melvin at 16, Monty at 17. Melvin.
Should I sell Fournette for Taylor in PPR?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If it's been an offer to you, you should just stop now, go, hit accept, and then just come back.
Double D, Derek Dortch need 1 in the flex PPR. London, Pickens, Dobbins.
Kev, your boy Pickens been looking dirty, real good.
Yeah, it's easy to get open when you just truck the defender in front of you.
Just manhandling people out there. That's it. I'm gonna
go Dobbins.
I'm going Drake London.
Yeah, Drake London.
Start sit for Jose and a half PPR. We have Allen C.H. Kamara, Amari, Lockett, Kittle, Melvin, Justin Tucker, Jags D. On the benches, Gino, Hunt, Eno, Keenan, Curtis Samuel, and Pickens. 1-4. Should I be worried with my team in an 8-man league?
His running backs have been probably his issue. Kamara's missed 2 games. Tight end missed a couple games. I mean, his team's probably better than 1-4. 8-man, you got to be stacked at QB and you got to be stacked at tight end. Amari and Lockett is not a strong duo at wide receiver in an 8-man.
Then the issue is not – I mean, you can sell high on somebody like Lockett, but I don't think you're going to get a ton in return. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, here you're probably looking at, don't want to do it, but Josh Allen is your best piece.
Yeah.
And how much better are you getting? Like, how much are you really upgrading in an 8-man league compared to the other teams, right?
True.
So
we expect Lockett the rest of the season to be a high boom flex. Sound like maybe you guys were a little higher, but I assume he's going to have a down week, a medium week, a good week, right? He's going to be kind of really hit and miss. I would assume that's where you can upgrade. Like Cody's saying. So maybe it's a Lockett. Is Eno starting? Someone needs running back help. Can you get a Cortland Sutton? Can you get a Michael Pittman who hasn't done a ton in the last couple weeks? I'm trying to level up Lockett to that low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2 range, if you can.
Will somebody overpay for Clyde? Like, is there a Chiefs fan in your league?
I don't know if I'd want to go to a Chiefs fan. I think most Chiefs fans hate Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So I don't know if I'd want to go.
Noted.
What do you think you get for Pittman, Jeff Wilson, or Pittman and Bateman?
It's hard to say without knowing like what is you're looking for. Like what is it like? What does your entire team look like? Right? Because like you're loaded at running back, or then why? I mean, if you don't have a ton of wide receivers, then because I'm assuming if you have Jeff Wilson that maybe you're doing well at running back and you don't really need him, so that's fine. But Michael Pittman, I'm not trying to trade Michael Pittman.
Yeah, and his value is going to be depressed right now anyway.
Mm-hmm. You'd have to be getting a pretty solid combo back. I don't know, a Mixon Sutton. I don't know, something like that where
I don't want Joe Mixon. I don't know. He's just been really bad so far to start this year.
I guess what I'm saying is your Mixon's going to be higher than Wilson, most likely rest of season.
Yeah.
And your Sutton's going to be close enough to Pittman where you take the increase at running back. That's the level I think you're flipping to. You can change the name if you don't like Joe Mixon, but that's the level I think you're looking at.
Guy Joe rocking with us. My whole team is questionable or on a bye. Do you think Olave, Connor, Patty Fry, Mike Williams play?
Olave, I think, is very, very questionable. I'd say 50-50 at best. And then Mike Williams,
Connor,
I definitely
50-50.
expect. I do expect him to play. And then James Conner, I don't think plays. And then Freiermuth, I don't know.
I think Patty plays.
I don't know, because he had another concussion, right? This
Patty
is his third concussion in 2 years, too.
In the NFL, yeah. None of them practiced on Wednesday. So two of those are concussion. Yeah, I'd say 50-50 for most of them, maybe a little less for Connor.
South Sea clarification: 10-man league. Mahomes, Sutton, Lockett, CMC, Barkley, Ingram, JT. Benches: Olave, J. Rob, Schultz, London, Halls, Gino, and Javonte on IR. Traded Debo for JT in week 3.
Yeah, that was nice.
Love the James
now it makes
Williams
more sense
on IR.
Yeah.
Now it makes more sense.
Good squad. Look at that tight end. Strong tight end 1 for the Jags. I love it.
Tight end 1. Get out of here.
For the Jags.
I clarified. He might be a tight end 1, actually. I would assume he maybe is, actually.
The Booty Warrior. Let's go. How do you imagine Tyreek's production over the next 3 or 4 weeks will be with Tua and Teddy out?
I don't think we should assume they're missing 3 to 4 weeks, right? They're missing week 6, yes.
Tua actually returned to practice today and started throwing and was cleared. So I mean he's not going to play this week because they're going to take the slow game with him. But I would expect. Correct. I'm not sure when their bye comes. I don't think it's next week, but I think Tua will be back next week.
Yep.
John Kelly. Wish he would have worked out. So I have Kyler Murray, Aaron Jones, Jamal Williams, Henry Evans, Hollywood, Goddard, Everett, Mike Williams, Cooper. Do I trade Dak, Goddard, Jones, and what wide receiver for CMC?
That's a lot to trade for CMC. Was he listing 3 players and trying to add a wide receiver for CMC?
Appears to be that way.
take out Goddard and trade Dak, Jones, and a bench wide receiver for CMC if you need to. If the person needs a quarterback, you can probably do Dak and Aaron Jones for CMC. But I'm not doing another starting wide receiver on top of that. I'm taking out Aaron Jones. Or I'm taking out Goddard, excuse me.
Yeah, seems to be hefty.
A lot. Yeah.
I think I saw today, it was interesting. If Christian McCaffrey was on, because right now the Panthers run I think it's 50 some plays a game, super low pace. If he was on a team that was in the top 15 in pace, he would be averaging 26 fantasy points per game. It's
yeah. Good thing they kept him. Good thing they kept McAdoo.
I mean that's really the key to the whole thing, right?
Yeah. Keeps it all together. McAdoo
is the straw that stirs that delicious drink.
The Macadont.
I'm going Pittman here.
Do it.
DK.
Yes. That said Pittman.
Booty. Great name.
He is such. He's got this thing against the fantasy.
What did that say? I didn't read the rest of it. I just saw the last second. I was admiring his name.
Booty Warrior is another TFA subscriber who has come over from the headliners.
Mm-hmm.
What did basically? What are we taking down? Were we afraid?
No, we're not afraid, but we're also an hour behind, and we don't have time to hear Kev get on the soapbox about other fantasy channels and everything else. So we gotta keep this train moving. But Booty Warrior, we are happy to have you. Abito, hey man, I have a few questions for you. How do you feel about Brandon Cook's rest of season? Has not been great. I mean, I'd assume that he starts to get back, but I think the people who drafted him based off of last year, not necessarily just last year's production, because he's been super solid his entire career, but it is definitely has not panned out the way that most have expected.
Yeah, Davis Mills hasn't been playing as good as he did last year.
Weird.
Yeah, shocking. As good as we've always known Davis Mills to be, I think it does get better. He will be more of a high-end flex than the bench low-end flex that we've seen so far.
And then Pollard, White, or Pierce at the flex position. Alec Pierce, baby.
This is a Pollard situation against a tough Eagles team. I think I'll go Pollard and then Pierce.
You know, one of the big problems is for Brandon Cooks has actually been Nico Collins.
Just being more involved.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. It's accurate.
Robbie, I'll let you take this one because it seems like you were on the Brian Robinson train. Thoughts on him having himself a game tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't know when or why this happened, but I do think Brian Robinson can have some success against this defense or the lack of defense, rush defense for Chicago. I do think he has himself a game. I think 60 to 70 yards and a really good chance of a touchdown.
Anime is good to see. Glad to see Robbie back. Need running back 1, 2 if JD doesn't play. Currently have Herbert and ETN starting. MG3 and Jeff Wilson are on the bench. I'm putting your bench players in.
Yeah.
I'm flipping that Anime.
I agree.
Rico skipped out on Walker, ended up keeping Hall, Pierce, J.K. Dobbins, ETN, and B-Rob. Was that a good decision? I mean, if I had to rank these rest of season, probably going Hall, Pierce, and then Walker.
Yeah. ETN, Dobbins, B-Rob. Yep.
So I'm not. Okay. So it looks like if Rico would have gotten Walker, 2 had to be dropped, 4 RB limit, and Brian Robinson on the ER. So that's why Rico didn't get Walker.
Okay.
I would have picked up Walker. Not cared about B-Rob.
Yep.
Probably would have dropped. That is.
Yeah. If we're ranking these guys, it's Walker over B-Rob if that was the decision.
Yeah, I was just trying to think because Rico's saying that 2 of these guys would have had to have been dropped. Because there's a 4 running back limit.
It would have been ETN and B-Rob. It would have been B-Rob
Right?
and yeah. I don't think ETN ever has the backfield to himself is the problem there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't mind that, Rico. I think you're fine keeping what you had. Do we think Hollywood is a sell high right now before Hopkins, or will he not be affected that much? Thoughts on Keenan Allen's value and Alec Pierce looking good. So yes, Alec Pierce is looking good. Kevin and I are fans. Robbie is clearly not. He hates him. For what reasons? We are not
Kevin's
entirely
been
sure.
the Alec Pierce hater. No. Kev has been Alec Pierce is dust until like a couple weeks ago. He hated Alec Pierce.
Oh no! It started before the season. It started when all the positive reports and everything, how good he was looking in camp.
Off season, you were up.
Hey, you have to be fluid like water. Okay, I don't get stuck.
Kevin,
in lock,
water
okay?
Steel.
Yes, fluid. You have to be fluid.
That's what we call you.
Okay.
So
Keenan
Allen's value. It seems like they're taking it slow with him, which is good. I think that once he gets back in there, he'll be fine.
PPR wide receiver 2. Yep.
Yeah. And then I would be looking to move off of Hollywood. I don't think it's going to be a case where D-Hop comes in and all of a sudden like Hollywood's only getting 3 to 4 targets per game. But he has absolutely benefited from D-Hop being out. So I would be looking to sell him. I wouldn't do it for just anything. I would want fair value, but I do think Hollywood's a sell. Kenton, should I upgrade my wide receiver or hold my team? We have Carr, Prescott, Lenny Jacobs, Henry Walker. Henry Walker sounds like one person. Debo, Mike Thomas, Drake, Dobbs, Pickens, Tanya Packers D, 14-team PPR, and Kenton is 2 and 3.
The 14 team makes me think that this is kind of an exciting team once Prescott gets healthy. Michael Thomas is back out there.
Michael Thomas, I think, is expected to return this week, right?
Didn't practice, but he was close to returning last week, I will say. So, yes, it should be this week or next. Yeah. I think you're okay. Wide receivers, Debo, again, we've mentioned with Jimmy G, that's an upgrade. You can now kind of view him, for me, as a low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2, given on the matchup. Michael Thomas is a fine wide receiver 2. Drake, a really good flex option. Yeah, I think you're okay.
Would you look to maybe sell high on one of those running backs?
Lenny, I think Kev mentioned that in his sell high video. I think Lenny is an option there.
Random question: your favorite fantasy player of all time that had dreadlocks? Did Jamal Charles?
You guys want to say that? It's easy. Jamal Charles.
Yeah.
Marion the Barbarian. R.I.P.
There we go.
R.I.P.
Who'd be just your favorite fantasy player of all time?
Peyton Hillis. Led me to a fantasy championship in 2008. No, 2010. 2010.
Man. I love Darian Foster. I don't know if he'd have been my favorite of all time, but he was certainly up there. Matt Forte.
Damian Tomlinson was just a cheat code. If you had the 101 or 102 in the mid 2000s when I started playing, like just lock him in for a top 5 finish.
It's Calvin Johnson. That's my favorite for sure.
Oh, I like it.
Brandon Marshall was also up there for me. Love me some Brandon Marshall.
Megatron was the GOAT.
Yeah. Antonio Brown before CTE was also good.
I know we're behind. Real quick, Kev, I know you definitely played when we had to hand score because you're ancient. Cody, did you have to play when it was hand scored, or have you always
I definitely did not play when you had to. How old do you think I am? I'm not that old. Hand score?
45?
We had the
45?
internet around for a while.
USA Today?
Certainly did not. I started playing whatever. You used to be able to play like on Sporting News, what it used to be, and there was like I believe that's what it was, and there was like a salary cap type league where you would pick your players at the start of the season, and they would gain essentially like their price would go up. Like if they started like 4K, they would go up to like 4,500. So you would bank that money to where you could start, and then you could start actually move up, and you could sell that guy for the it's kind of like DraftKings, whatever. But
sounds like a cooler version of DFS, if you ask me.
It really was salary cap league. It really was fun, and that's the way I started. But that was on computer.
On the PC, baby.
I was definitely never the get the Sunday paper out and write everybody's down, or you had to fax your trades and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that was not.
Cody will know this name, Doug Eddy. I did a pod with him for Dynasty on here, and he was telling me all about those days. Loved hearing about that.
I am 37 years old. All right, I'm not that old.
So you trade Mike Williams
because so at practice, like baseball practice, me and those 3 other coaches, we were all talking about it, and somebody's asking like, who do you think's the youngest here, and who do you think's the oldest? They all pick me as the oldest. I am the youngest of all the coaches, and I'm like, fuck all of you, go run.
It's the silver, baby. You look 52.
I know. I guess that's what it is. That's what it is. But yes,
Silver Fox. You trade Mike Williams. Trade Mike Williams before Keenan comes back. I would.
He doesn't have as many boom games as he's been having for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Michael Brown traded Aaron Jones and Jamal Williams for JT. I received JT. Thoughts?
Yeah. I think that's how you buy low on JT. Yep.
Very well done. Soto, Xenon, let's go. Good to see Xenon back in here. What days are we live? What days are we not live? Show tonight.
We really are really far behind.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So tonight, obviously, tomorrow is the DFS show. Saturday night is the prop show. Sunday morning is another start sit show. And then Sunday evening at halftime of the Sunday night football game is the first look at waivers. So that is the schedule for the lives. Anime, do I drop Schultz? Burrow's been underperforming. I can pick up Logan Thomas or Hayden Hurst. Definitely not doing it for Logan Thomas because he is also banged up and coming off of a significant knee injury from last year. And you're also talking about the Washington team. I mean, I wouldn't drop Schultz, I don't think. But if that is like your only like legitimate drop to find another tight end to play one, then I guess you have to. But I would try and find someone else to drop and then kind of look to stream until we know for sure what Schultz is going to be for the rest of the season.
Yeah, it's tough to drop Schultz right now. I assume that the Cowboys pass almost double the amount of what they've been averaging, which I think will help Schultz a lot, obviously.
Yeah, I think it's more the injury concern, though.
Practicing, expected to play this week.
And then he bumps into another defender and hobbles off. Darnell Mooney, Pierce, Zay Jones, DeAndre Carter for NASCAR Fantasy Live.
I love NASCAR.
NASCAR, great.
I'm going back to it. Alec Pierce.
Kev, are you forsaking your Darnell Mooney? The Bay?
Alec Pierce. I actually have Darnell Mooney as a top 36 wide receiver. I'm jumping back in, putting my feet back in the fire, but I still have Alec Pierce ahead of him.
Okay, I'll be the Darnell Mooney stand on this podcast then. This is Darnell Mooney.
Hey, I put my biases
No William
aside.
Jackson?
I put my biases aside.
No William Jackson?
I'm trying to win people championships.
Who are we worried about?
Confirmation bias.
Who are we worried about against the Commanders? Okay.
Justin Fields. Would you guys trade JT and Lazard for Debo and Godwin?
No.
In the flex here for Fallow, Rondell, Garrett, Edmonds, or Boyd.
If T. Higgins is out, I will go Tyler Boyd.
Yeah, I agree. If not,
Rondell Moore.
Garrett Wilson over Rondell Moore.
I will go Rondell Moore to split the diff. Miles, or CEH, we need 2 here for Aquaman.
Last 2.
First 2.
First 2.
Boom. Mars, Davis. Should I trade Fournette and Curtis for Swift and Pittman? Assuming that's yes. Curtis Samuel, and yes.
Yeah, do it.
Jackson, would you trade Lenny and Hill for CMC and CD?
Yes.
Yep.
If CMC gets traded to the Bills, do you think that he's as valuable?
I did a poll on that, Kev Steele, and it was 42%. Does he get better? Does he get worse? Basically neck and neck, whatever that remaining percentage was. Does he stay the same? I think it's relatively similar.
Because he's not going to get the same. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's just like, I don't know if he's going to see.
They're going to run more plays, right? That's
right.
That's
so
the thing.
Where
he's not going to be the same target share, but they're going to run more plays. So I do think it's roughly similar.
And then I also think his efficiency would go way up.
Correct.
You can't just focus on Christian McCaffrey anymore. So, yeah, I don't know. He probably is. He probably actually would be better, I think. The more I think about it. Just something I was thinking about.
Yep.
From what I saw earlier that Keaton Allen is expected to play.
I did not see that. He's been working on the side, and they say he's day to day. There's definitely a chance, and I for Robbie Jeffrey's rosters, I hope so.
Oh my God, I was completely sorry. I was blanking on who Travis was.
Yeah, the Jags.
J-Rob or ETN. This is going to be ETN for me.
I agree.
Aqua, I mean, depending on what options you have, like we kind of pinpointed the Pitts is around tight end 10. So if you have a tight end 9 and above, you can definitely look to sit him. But it's, of course, the tight end position is not exactly the strongest of them all.
You guys aren't starting Hurst or Ingram over Pitts, right?
No.
Like that's the level?
No.
Taysom Hill? That'll be a question that I bet a lot of people have.
If all of those receivers sit.
All of them except for Olave, how about?
Taysom Hill still.
Okay. So he could be a sit in quite a few leagues.
Akers or Dillon as a flex.
Let's go. Cam Akers.
Give me Dillon.
I wish you wouldn't have made me answer this.
I just don't know what we've seen from Cam Akers to make him a start, right? He's not getting any passing game work, so he's a dud there. And he's getting 12 touches a game. If Dillon is going against the Jets, I think he has a much better chance to score, and he's more efficient as a runner.
Cam Akers.
I'll go Dillon.
On the board, first bet.
Big Boss. Do I pull the trigger trading Jamar Chase for Gabe Davis and CeeDee Lamb? I mean, if you're getting both.
Rest of season, CeeDee Lamb or Jamar Chase, I think is closer than what it sounds when you say it. With Dak coming back, the target share CeeDee Lamb's been getting.
Is Dak coming? Like we keep saying Dak coming back, like it's going to be like this massive upgrade. Like Cooper, I know last week he didn't have to throw the ball very much, but Cooper Rush has still been like fine. Like it's not like
he's been okay. He's been okay.
Not for fantasy. He has not.
He's been like putting up like 200 yards a game. He's been okay. That's Dak's. That's an awful game for Dak.
That's a bad.
And that's
correct.
And that's a good game. Cooper Rush has been fine. He's been exceeding expectations, and now there's a stupid debate on they're just going to keep him benched the rest of the season. It's dumb.
Well, absolutely.
Yes, I would.
Dak Prescott, absolutely, 100% of the time. And one, it's because of the contract. But two, it's just because Dak Prescott's better.
Because he's better.
But I will say, I mean, CeeDee Lamb has been 22nd fantasy points per game. He has seen at least 8 targets in every single game this year. He's seen a massive amount of opportunities, and so he's been pretty hit or miss. So yeah, it's definitely Jamar Chase, and I don't think it's close to CeeDee Lamb.
Benjamin, should I trade Breece Hall for Ramondre Stevenson and Christian Kirk in a 10-team PPR?
No.
If Damien Harris was out for the year, I would say yes. He's not, and so I want Breece Hall.
Yep.
Who has the better side of this trade, Jacobs, Everett, and Cooks, or Dak and Jamar Chase?
I'm going to say Dak and Jamar Chase.
Yeah. Judy or Eno in the flex?
I'm going to say Eno.
I don't have the same confidence in Eno as you guys. Like, I think he splits work no matter who's there.
Yeah, but I mean, is Judy going to get like 4 targets again? I mean,
if Connor sits, I'm going to go Eno.
If James Conner plays, then I would probably go Jerry Judy, but I'm not expecting him to play. So,
what can I do to get better? I have Saquon, CMC, Keaton Allen, Irv Smith, James Conner, Amon-Ra, Renfro, Hopkins, Patterson, Palmer, and Huntley. I'm 3-2.
Nothing. I think you're fine. I mean, I think he just dealt with some injuries, right? Keenan Allen is trending towards
Amon-Ra
this week.
Hopkins
Amon-Ra Brown
played.
Get back to being a lot closer to the guy that he was earlier in the year. So that is a big upgrade to get him back. And then you've waited. I'm guessing that's DeAndre Hopkins.
No, it's Dustin Hopkins.
Well, who knows, man? People play leagues with kickers, bro. Okay, I see the numbers every week for the kicker video that we do, and it gets views. So it could definitely be a kicker.
Unfortunately, it does get views.
So I mean, I think you're fine. I think that your reinforcements are coming. I don't think you have to make any trades.
This is going to be New England for us, Kyle. Samuel or Lazard at the flex is going to be Curtis Samuel for me.
Yeah.
Ben Flash. Do I trade Rodgers, Debo, and Dobbins for Pierce, Hurts, and Kirk?
Hurts upgrade. Dobbins to Pierce upgrade. Debo to Kirk slight downgrade. I want the Hurts side.
Yep. Garvey, Kenneth Walker or J.K. Dobbins in a full PPR. That's going to be Walker, I think, for us across the board.
Yep.
Then we need to sit one between Dobbins, Monty, and Walker.
Dobbins.
Yeah, correct.
Got him Miles Sanders or Kamara and DJ Moore. I think we had this one already, right?
We did.
Should you try to buy low on Dak Prescott?
I think even when he comes back, he's probably a mid to low, probably a low-end QB1. So I don't know if you need to do too much to buy low on him. I think there's other guys you can stream that'll get relatively similar production.
Okay, there we go. Who can I trade Gabe Davis for?
You can trade him for Sutton and Pittman from wide receiver, probably. You can trade him for Walker. Probably not Brees Hall. Mixon, question mark. Probably not Mixon, but some RB1 who's underperforming.
Hall over JT?
No.
No, but like them both.
Pickens, Dortch, Rashad White, Herbert, and ETN need a flex. Currently, Juju in there. Are we taking out Juju for any of these options?
Yeah,
ETN
gets
ETN.
Yeah, ETN gets Indy. Probably no Shaq Leonard. I think I'd go ETN.
By the way, we can drop Greg Dortch.
We can.
Yeah. Trade Pitts for Waller for PPR.
No.
Probably not, but they're going to be close.
Last fish in the Twitch pond.
Mm-hmm.
Down to one pick. Thanks, Jacksonville. Rams or Bucks? I'm gonna go Rams. I mean, I don't think that either lose.
He's doing the pick 'em, right? This isn't picking a DST. This is picking him to win, correct?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Survivor.
thought so. Yeah. Didn't we mess him up on his Survivor earlier this year?
Probably.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Rams.
I'm gonna go Bucks.
Well, it's 2 on the Rams side anyway. Ryan got Devontae Jacobs and Henry on a bye this week. Need to play on my bench. Can I rely on Benjamin, Amari Cooper, and Terry McLaurin this week? Yeah.
I mean, I don't love
Which
Terry
one?
McLaurin, like I've said. I have him as wide receiver 42 this week, but
42.
But and like I said, I think Eno's fine as long as James Conner's out. I think he's a definite solid kind of RB2 option, and then Amari Cooper, I think for the most part this year has been a really productive wide receiver too. So
I think outside of like 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's been the Amari or Njoku week. McLaurin was actually okay. He was 5 for 76 last week, so I don't want to bury him. He should be a top 30 wide receiver. I think I'm starting McLaurin and then Cooper.
JP, would you trade Najee for Walker?
This is the question.
I think I would.
I think
14-teamer.
If you can bail and get out from under Najee, I think you do it.
I think I do.
The Joker in the flex, full PPR, Monty or Jeff Wilson. I have Ramondre Stevenson in my RB1 spot.
I would go Jeff Wilson.
Jeff Wilson.
Ashton, let's go. 12-team PPR, RB, and a flex. Hunt, J-Rob, B-Rob, Zay Jones, Gage, Ayuk, Bateman.
Kareem Hunt. Flex. Ayuk. Or no, flex Bateman.
Bateman's not.
If he plays, but I don't know if he's going to play or not.
I don't think he will. I don't think he will.
So then it would be Ayuk for me.
Yeah.
Next.
Same with these. I know Kenson hit us with the super chat. Was this the same question?
I don't recall this question.
Unless it was his question was, should I upgrade my wide receiver or hold the team?
Oh, yeah, I do recall this team.
This is the 14 team.
He did
think we gave out some. We definitely gave out some options.
Yeah, I think he's all right. Yep.
12-team tight end premium. We need to start 2 here for Ashton: Elijah Moore, Mooney, Rondell Moore, Gesicki, or MVS.
Quick question for Kev. Starting to lean more to MVS, wide receiver 1 for Chiefs, or any given game?
Any given game.
Okay. I think I'll go Mooney here.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll go Mooney.
Who else?
It's start 2, and then MVS, just based on that upside, would be my second.
Trade Mike Williams and Cortland Sutton for Amari Cooper and DeAndre Hopkins. We are not doing that. Matthew Pizarro.
Yep.
Mahomes, Henry, Ramondre, Aaron Jones, Ken Walker, Evans, Waddle, Gabe Davis, Olave, Myers, Njoku, Freiermuth. Who should I trade to get a top wide receiver?
First of all, I would big drop one of your tight ends.
I thought you were going to say that, honestly. Yeah.
It was right there.
It was.
It was right there. And actually, I would drop Patty Fry. I want Njoku season long.
Yeah, I think so. This might sound crazy with all of the Ramondre love. Damien Harris was a limited practice participant. If he misses 1 week or no weeks, I think he's your sell high. People are thinking, hey, he's top 5 this week. He could be the starter by himself for 3 weeks. I think you can maybe get, with the right person, a haul for him where I like him, but I think you can maybe get more than what I think he'll finish at. If that makes sense to you guys?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't think you really need. I mean, with Evans, Waddle, Gabe Davis, Olave, Myers, like, you're fine at wide receiver. I don't think you need to trade for a top wide receiver. You already have really good wide receivers. Like, unless you're trying to get like Cooper Kupp, which is going to take half your team to accomplish, or Justin Jefferson, which is going to take a massive haul.
Gabe Davis is also probably a sell high, unless you guys are one of the Gabe Davis top 20 wide receiver guys. I think he's more of that low-end wide receiver 2 with boom weeks. I think maybe
but there's just enough depth here. Like, you're not like, it's not like, you only have a couple guys and the rest of it's trash. Like, Olave can be a top 20 wide receiver. Jacoby Myers can definitely be a top, 20, 24 wide receiver the rest of the season. And so, like, I don't think you really need a wide receiver. But if you want to make a move, I actually don't mind the, maybe trading Ramondre while the iron's hot. Like, his value might not be any higher than what it is right now.
Yep.
What? Okay. Fell. Desperate RB start off waivers. McKissick. Half PPR.
Desperate, yes.
What? Well,
he's getting
the same thing again. I think you're fine with McKissick. I think he's basically top 8, top 9 in almost every receiving metric among running backs. So if you're desperate, I'm assuming that the Benjamins are already gone as well. He was only rostered in, I think, 20% of ESPN leagues. So can't imagine there's too many other waiver running backs that are available right now that you're just going to be able to pick up and plug in with waivers already having ran.
This one's tough because it's obviously your deep shots here. If I'm picking one, I think Bill Belichick likes to take away that top option for teams. And for the Browns, it's probably Amari Cooper, maybe Njoku, but probably Amari Cooper. And so it could be that DPJ game that we saw week 1 where he was kind of that top option. That's probably the shot I'm going with out of these 3.
Yeah, I would go Don Peoples-Jones. Sorry, I was scrolling.
Yeah, what's so funny there?
I was scrolling through the questions, And I was down towards the bottom, and I saw a couple people ask, how far back are they in the questions? And I see D. Lenny here. 40-ish questions or so.
All right. Here we go.
Curtis Samuel. Don Baum, if you had to start 3 wide receivers and a half PPR, Godwin, Dobbs, Devonta, Curtis Samuel, Deontay Johnson this week, who you go with? Godwin, Smitty, and Samuel for me.
Godwin, Curtis Samuel, Deontay Johnson.
Deontay Johnson over Samuel.
D. Lenny, word on the street, Giants are interested in DJ Moore and Terrace Marshall. Personally think Marshall makes more sense. Opportunity knocks for the faded second-round alpha, if true.
A lot cheaper. I don't think DJ Moore just signed a new deal. He's not moving. I don't think he's moving from that team. Marshall, okay. Non-starter for me.
Yeah, I mean, if he's not getting run in Carolina, obviously going somewhere else isn't going to hurt.
Right.
Actually, well, it depends on how much dead cap they want to eat, because after next year, the dead cap falls off. And so there's an out after next year. But there would be $35 million in dead cap they would have to eat for next year. So the thing with the Panthers, though, I would only think is with them is like they have no picks for next year. So like they need picks. Like they need to blow this thing up. And so like if teams would come and give them a first round pick for DJ Moore, like maybe they do it. Maybe they, fuck it. We'll do it for 1 year. But I mean, I don't know why you would trade for Terrace Marshall. Trade for, maybe go see what Denzel Mims can do. See if you can get the Jets to trade you.
Remember, they told teams he was not available. Was it last year, the year before?
Yeah.
Why? Anyway, and we are 40 minutes behind for those who are wondering at home. Pierce, McKenzie, Miles Sanders in the flex spot for Michael.
Miles Sanders.
Uzi and a guillotine and JT owner lost. 75% fab. Too much for him.
I don't play in a ton of these leagues, but I think he's one of your top guys to get, right? And so he's got to be a big portion of your fab, I would assume. Cody, you play in a couple of these?
Yeah, I think it all kind of depends on, first of all, the number of starters is a massive thing to pay attention to. And then also kind of like where your team is sitting and kind of quote unquote, if you need JT, like obviously adding JT to your team is always never going to be a bad thing. But then like with the injury, that puts like, a little bit into it. So if you feel good about your team, I would absolutely do it. But if like you're looking at your team and you're like, man, I don't know, I need to get by for another week. Like maybe there's someone else who you might feel a little bit more confident in terms of, their overall role, snaps, opportunities, that sort of thing this week. It sucks because it's Wednesday and we're not going to really know how he's looking, practice wise for another day or two. But I mean, it's JT, right? So love GT leagues, by the way. Have PPR need 3 here for Lenny, Deontay, DJ Moore, Myers, Singletary, ETN.
I'm going ETN, Jacoby Myers, and Deontay Johnson.
I'm going to go Singletary over Deontay.
I hate saying it. I'll agree with Kev. Hate it.
This was, I think, he sent a. Let me ask what the rest of his team looked like.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. If you're still rocking with us, if you kind of want to just recap,
I'll find it. Just keep going. I'll find it.
Smoking Joe, McKenzie, or ETN in the flex. That is going to be ETN for both of us. Millie Mills traded Hunt and Rondell Moore for Monty, and wow, well done.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Nice job.
Fam first 2 in a PPR. Kirk, Olave, McLaurin. It's going to be Kirk and Olave. Obviously, then if Olave doesn't go, well, then you're not going to, with McLaurin going.
Just go McLaurin. I think they're close enough. McLaurin's a good start. There's no Jalen Johnson, I think, for the Bears. I think McLaurin's going to be okay.
He was limited in practice yesterday. I didn't see today. I think Jalen Johnson could return.
I think he's a good enough play where I'm not worried. Like, is Olave going to blow up where you're regretting starting TMC? I think they're close enough where let's just be safe. Kirk, Olave, and then give me Walker at running back.
Ravens D or Patriots D, that is going to be the Pats for me.
Yep.
Pittman or Mixon at flex.
Oh, gosh.
I want to say Pittman. I am going to say Pittman. I'm going to say Pittman. Mixon has been very inefficient outside of like last week. And that New Orleans defense is still playing pretty well outside of the Seahawks.
Yeah. This is half PPR just because we don't know.
Don't know.
I think I go Mixon just to be honest with it. I don't know if Kev can break that tie.
Yeah, I'll probably go Mixon.
Continue to hold Pacheco. Yes, Smoking Joe. That's especially if like you don't need to add anybody to your team off waivers right now. He's definitely the lotto ticket that you want. Did you find it, Kev?
I couldn't find it because looks like there was like my comments are messed up because for a while I couldn't figure out where the hell you guys were at. And it looks like there was some porn bot or something in there that jacked it all up. And there's like four comments that are all stacked on top of each other, and from there I can't see anything. So I cannot find it. I tried to find it.
Sorry, we failed you. D. Lenny, drop Josh Reynolds to Stash. Oh my lord. Stash Wandale.
Stash, baby, the stash.
Yeah, I would do that. I think Wandale, has some interesting upside because right now there's no wide receiver. I mean, hell, it was Darius Slayton. Was their best wide receiver.
You love to see that, Kev. You love to see that. George Pickens over Isaiah McKenzie. Yes.
Would you start Godwin, Waller, or Walker? Or, man, reading and speaking is growing increasingly more difficult. Godwin, Walker, ETN, the flex this week.
I'm going to go Godwin. I like Kenneth Walker, but there's the concern that because he's not involved at all in the passing game, like none. He's a 0 right now in the passing game. That if they were to fall behind and they have to throw the ball, that I think it's going to limit his upside. And so, like, I like Kenneth Walker a lot, but if I have Chris Godwin as an option, I'm going to go Chris Godwin.
That's a really fair argument. Yeah, give me Godwin against Pittsburgh. Still missing one of their starting cornerbacks. Yeah.
What do you guys want to take over? I'm going to hop off.
Let them know. You got to get to work. You're not leaving to go to sleep. You're leaving to go to work because you're always grinding.
Yeah, I have 2 article assignments that were due 20 minutes ago. So appreciate you guys. Good luck. Kev, I'm just going to put myself in the little behind the scenes thing because I'm terrified that I'm going to end this again like I did last year.
Oh, no. Is that when you were at the tailgate and you ended it in the middle of the tailgate?
Yeah, just completely ended the entire stream.
Just hit the Leaf studio. You got this.
That terrifies me. I'm not going to do it. Thank you guys. Good luck to you all week 6. I'll answer some questions in the Discord and also on the other YouTube comments as well. So talk to you guys.
Smooth.
Anime. Do I start Najee? Having multiple leagues, but for this question, Najee and Mostert are starting. Herbert, Etienne, and Rashad are on the bench.
Are you rolling out Etienne over Najee? I don't think I am, but it's close.
I am. I have Travis Etienne ranked 22nd. I have Najee Harris at 26.
Yeah, we're a little bit split on that, but I'm close enough where if you want a concise answer, I'm okay rolling Etienne over Najee.
Who? Just made a trade for TJ Hawkinson, J.K. Dobbins, and Chris Olave for Darren Waller, Chris Godwin, Travis Etienne, and Jeff Wilson. Who won the trade? Non-PPR.
I think you did. You got Waller upgrade. You got Godwin over Olave. Close. Probably slight upgrade once Godwin's fully going. And then Dobbins, Etienne close. But then you got the kicker of Wilson. We've talked about how Wilson can be that guy the rest of the year, potentially. I think you won there, especially non-PPR. You got some touchdown threats there. I'm in.
Yeah, I think you did too. The real Dirty Dan trying to push for a trade here, but not sure if it's a good one. Trade Mike Evans for Tyreek Hill, PPR. I'm 4-1. Yeah, if you can trade Mike Evans for Tyreek, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I have him close. I might even have Mike Evans over Tyreek, but that was when Godwin was out. It's close.
Shades was offered JT for my Damien Pierce and Ramondre Stevens. I have Barkley and Kamara standard scoring. That's, first of all, great. But yeah, I think the answer is yes. Just, man, I hate to give up. Damien Pierce has been so good, but you can't pass up on Jonathan Taylor.
That's correct.
Yeah. Sorry if you answered this already. Should I, Joe Kingsley, should I start James Conner less than 100% or ETN half PPR? I'm going ETN.
Yeah, I would too. I don't think Connor plays anyways, but ETN.
Like I said, guys in the chat, would you guys start Godwin, Walker, or did we already answer that one? Yeah, we said Walker.
We did.
Or we said Godwin, sorry.
You said Godwin. I think I agree with you. Yeah, let's go Godwin.
Oh, Uzi said Walker. Let's see. I think this is the one or what? Randy, I'm getting offers for Drake London and Kenneth Walker for my CH Terry McLaurin. Should I do that? Yes. Yes. If you can get Drake London and Kenneth Walker for Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Terry McLaurin, I'm doing that all day.
Hey, I'm going to skip back up. We skipped one here. Let's go to Marcus real quick.
Oh, whoops, my bad. I saw all these questions. Desperate running back this week, Mike Boone or James Robinson?
Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
I'd probably go Mike Boone.
Would you really? You're a little higher on Mike Boone than I am. I get it. It's that Chargers defense. I will have, if it's my team, when it's close for me, I say, hey, what would I do on my team? I would personally start James Robinson over Mike Boone for my team. But it's close.
Dylan, Mixon and Keenan for Chase. I have Walker, Hall, and Pierce as well.
No, I'm not doing Mixon.
Here's what I would do, Dylan. Because I actually would don't mind it. Like, I don't mind getting rid of Joe Mixon, especially when you have decent other options. Try to get another piece thrown in. Because I think you're giving up a little, maybe too much possible. Because once Keenan comes back, he's probably gonna be like a top 15 wide receiver. And then Joe Mixon, if he could turn it around, could have been, solid top 10, top 5 running back. But I love getting my hands on Jamar Chase. So I would probably ask for something else in return.
And it has to be a level wide receiver 2 minimum, right? We're talking.
Or I was thinking more of a running back. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're getting wide receiver. So you have to get a Monty minimum, Monty level, ETN level.
Yeah, I think ETN would be a good start.
ETN level.
But I don't know what the other teams look like. But yeah, that's somewhere where I would be looking. Richard to start Juju over Scary Terry.
No, I know you're down on Scary Terry, but still no Dotson this week. Good matchup. Had 76 yards last week. I think Terry is a clear start over Juju, and I'm a Juju I'm waiting for him to have his week. It's just not coming to fruition. I think we have to go Scary Terry here. No comment. You can push back.
I would go Juju. I would go Juju over Scary Terry, but I get it. If you want to go Terry, I think that's fine. He's probably the safer play.
Yes.
Peter, start 2, Kittle, Everett, or Taysom Hill.
This is where we find out how much we like Taysom Hill. Are we starting him over George Kittle? Because I have Kittle over Everett.
I would go Kittle for sure. And then I think this is where it comes down to. If Keenan Allen plays, I think I would go Taysom Hill. Because, I mean, at best, Gerald Everett's like your number 4 option now.
Why don't you just start Taysom Hill at your tight end and Kittle's most – if you're talking about starting 2, you probably have not great flex options. I think you're going Kittle and Taysom Hill. You're saying you like Everett if Allen doesn't play over Taysom. You're not chasing potential touchdown. Okay.
CMC's not going – yeah, I agree. I don't think that he is – his contract 1 is something that people aren't talking about. Again, much similar to DJ Moore, it's $18 million this year that they are for next season that the Panthers are going to have to eat, and then another $10 million the year after that, and another $4 million after that.
They're not moving.
There's a lot of dead money here for them to eat, for them to move Christian McCaffrey. This is one of those that we're going to talk about it, and it's going to be fun to talk about NFL trade deadline stuff in the NFL, and absolutely nothing is going to happen.
Robbie Anderson moves from that team if it's.
You could probably maybe do that. I mean, he's his contract probably not.
Yeah, if anyone's moving, it's Anderson.
Yeah. Over on Twitch, I made a trade yesterday. I traded CMC, Mike Evans, and Kareem for Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall, and Stephon Diggs. 14-team league. What do you think? I like that. I think he did very well. I mean, Kenneth Walker or Breece Hall, both of them are definite upgrades over Kareem. Mike Evans, we know Stephon Diggs wins that by a mile. And then from there, I think you just add, like, the CMC part is where it gets a little bit.
It's
like,
the CMC.
I kind of throw Kareem out of this. And so, like, I would ask myself, like, would you trade Kenneth Walker and Breece Hall for CMC? Would you do that trade?
Yes, where Breece and Stephon Diggs win there, but now you add Kareem Hunt, and it's a 14-team league, so Kareem Hunt's probably a starting running back. That's where I get a little tripped up. I think I actually side with the CMC side on this, but it is close.
Yeah, I think I'd rather.
I want the depth. I want the depth in a 14-team league because once you hit that running back 2, your flex, your wide receiver 2 or 3. Those points can go from 4 or 5 points, where if you have Kareem Hunt, now you're averaging 10 to 12 points. And I think that's going to be your difference maker because CMC and Breece, I've got CMC by a little bit. Diggs and Evans, I got Diggs by a little bit bigger of a margin where I like that side more. But now you add Kareem Hunt over your flex level guy you were probably starting. Maybe it's Rashad Penny even. Maybe it's Mike Boone maybe, right? I think you get more points with that upgrade at your flex or running back 2.
Nick Forsett, Knox, Ingram, or Schultz, or Tanya in PPR.
This week, Ingram has a good matchup. Knox, we're not sure if he's going to play. Give me Ingram out of this group. Schultz long term.
Yeah, long term would be Schultz. I guess
that's correct.
Yeah. And I guess I would go
the Jags tight end 1. You can say it.
I would go Robert Tonyan.
You dirty bastard. You dirty.
Jesus was offered Jamar Chase for Dalvin Cook. I have Eckler, Pierce, and Stevenson. My wide receivers are Justin Jefferson, CD, and Sun God.
Yeah. You don't need Chase, but he's got to be benching one of those wide receivers, right? If he also gets Jamar Chase, you're going to be benching St. Brown or Lamb most weeks, probably.
I would take the trade, and then I would go and take CeeDee Lamb and flip him for another running back. That's what I would do. You get the upgrade with Jamar Chase, and then I think you get another piece for CeeDee Lamb. Because now you're going to be starting Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Jamar Chase, and you absolutely love that. running backs, you're still fine even without the other running back with Eckler and Pierce and Stevenson. But Stevenson is going to be the guy that when he falls off a little bit because of that.
Yeah.
And so I think what you could do, or you could take Lamb and Stevenson and try to maybe take both of those guys and see if you can swing for another big time running back. Because like I said, I think Dalvin Cook's a sell, so I don't mind selling him for Jamar Chase.
Did Damien Pierce get banged up at the end of his game, or is he fine? Like, am I
he's fine.
that?
He's good to go. They're on bye this week.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah. Running back is where you're going to hit injuries more often. I don't want to short you. Jesus, if you can do what Kev said, you make the trade for the wide receiver, but then you trade again to get that running back, that's fine. If not, I want to have more backs in the stable at running back. So I like having Cook, Eckler, Pierce, and then Stevenson as your fourth.
And I mean, Najee and CH starting, and ironically MG3 and Jeff Wilson.
This was the question, who should he be starting? And we said, I think we would flip his starters for his bench, if I remember correctly. And I would have Wilson over both Najee and CH, and then MG3 over both. Yeah, I think I have your bench guys starting. So it is ironic.
Taysom overall tight ends outside of the top 3 this week. The situation is still prime versus Cincinnati offense. Sell high on Taysom after this week.
Here's my quick thoughts on Taysom Hill. Fantastic week last week, obviously. Blew it up. First 2 weeks, he scored a touchdown. I think you always have that nice touchdown potential, but I don't want to get caught up in what he's done through 3 of these 5 weeks. Like, I don't want to have that as the expectation. Like, I think most weeks he's 5 rushes for 30 yards. Like, I just feel like we're maybe getting a little bit too much touchdown heavy on it. And I know historically he's really good inside the red zone. Some of that's going to go to Kamara. Some of that's going to go to Ingram. I'm just a little nervous about putting him at tight end 4. I probably have Taysom Hill at like tight end 8, tight end 7. Am I too low on him?
Here's what I think's happening. We're overreacting to the last week, right? Was anybody putting Taysom Hill as a top 12 tight end before last week?
No.
No. And so now all of a sudden, because he had one good week, we're all of a sudden everyone's overreacting and placing him as a top 10 tight end. I get it. There's going to be packages for him, and they're going to be doing some different things with him. But a lot of it was because of didn't really have a ton of other options.
Which is still could be the case, just to play devil's advocate.
Chris Olave's out. It does sound like Michael Thomas will be back this week. But if Chris Olave is back and they have everybody back, Jarvis Landry could be back. They have all those guys back. Then he is kind of, maybe he gets a couple plays a game. I mean, he's not really a tight end. He's not really running.
That's correct.
Routes, and he's not doing that stuff. He's just getting some carries. Now, he always has that option for the goal line work because they like to put him in and run that wildcat stuff on the goal line.
If Winston's in,
he's very touchdown dependent.
If Winston's in, I don't think they do that as much personally. I think that's been more of an Andy Dalton situation. So I think I agree with you. You're maybe a little bit more skeptical of it. I agree with you, but he's also scored and been efficient week 1 and 2. So I'm respecting that production as well.
No, he had week 1 where he scored 15.3. Week 2, he scored 1.4. Week 4, he scored 8.1, and then last week he scored 34.1.
Okay, you're right. So it's week 1 and 4, and then obviously this last week. I mean, the efficiency I don't think continues. Red zone touches continue, and if you're talking about other tight ends where you're in that 8 to 12 range, we have the same questions about them with with red zone issues, right? Are they going to score or not? So that's why he fits right there for me. Tight end 7 through 9.
Yeah. I mean, the real cheat code with him would come if they went back to him at quarterback again, like they did, last year.
Yeah.
And you could start him as a quarterback and your tight end, but that's not going to happen, especially with Jameis Winston on the way back. But,
correct.
We already got that one. Revorg Z. Hey guys, thanks for the vid. Need a flex. PPR, Zay Jones, Gallup, Claypool, Darrell Henderson. Also, I roster CeeDee Lamb. You think this guy's a Cowboys fan? Could you play the rest of the season? No, I don't think
Rams.
So. Yeah.
That's Donald and that Abby there. Should be a Cowboys fan. Took the Super Bowl champs to task.
I was gonna say Super Bowl champs, or haven't been to won a playoff game,
Hey,
or
took them
been
to
past
task.
the divisional round since we were.
Took them to task, baby.
What were you, like 2 or 3 maybe last time?
I think so. I think you're accurate with that. You've got my age down. I'm still working on your age.
So,
oh, someone said Alexa. Alexa just jumped up. Let's go.
I'm going Zay Jones.
Gallup has produced, and if I think the Eagles will be leading in this game against the Cowboys, and they will need to throw more than the 16 times I think they did this last week. Give me Gallup over Zay Jones, but I do think it's close. Also, he rosters that. No, you're not going to start Lamb and Gallup. Okay, hold on. That changes it. Okay, let's go with Zay Jones because you also have Lamb. Let's go with Zay Jones and Lamb.
Gator fan, hey, I'm in a tough spot this week. A lot of players are on bye. Do you think James Conner or Rashad Bateman will play? Otherwise, I'll have to drop someone like Allen Robinson for Juju. I mean, at this point, you could drop. I hate to say it, but I don't really. It's just tough though because the Rams' offense has been so damn bad this year that is it Allen Robinson or is just this offense is so terrible and they become so reliant on Cooper Kupp, which it's Cooper Kupp, so it's not that bad, but. I think eventually this offense is going to figure things out and they're going to get right this ship. And when they do, I think a lot of people, that may be held, or there's going to be more people that are going to drop Allen Robinson or become something that people want to add because I think this offense is better than what we've seen over the first 5 weeks of the season. So with that being said, I don't think James Conner will play, and I'm not really sure if Rashad Bateman's going to play either. If neither one of them do, I think if you had to, you could drop Allen Robinson for Juju if you had to.
Yeah, that's easy. Juju, I think, should be picked up over Allen Robinson, and you're going to play him if the other two are out. That's an easy answer. Yeah.
Is Allen Robinson worth holding? I think you can hold on to him. I don't think you have to sell him. You don't have to get rid of him. But right now, it is very hard to trust.
Here, I'll do this real quick because I know we're behind. Alec Pierce, you're having him over Allen Robinson. I've heard you talk about him. Zay Jones, Corey Davis.
Yeah, I want all of them over him right now.
Josh Palmer, Isaiah McKenzie, Russell Gage. Those are the guys that you're talking about in an Allen Robinson, and I'd rather have all of them over Allen Robinson. He is a drop, which means he's a drop.
It's just frustrating how they're utilizing them. They're just it's everything.
I'm with you.
Anyways, peanut butter jelly. Would you offer London, Olave, and Swift for Adams and Najee? No.
I feel like you could have gotten into that a little bit more. Like knowing the real Kev, you could have got into the peanut butter jelly time.
Peanut butter jelly time.
That's what I'm saying.
Jelly time. Yeah.
There you go, folks.
But yeah, I think no, we're not doing that. We don't want any part of Najee. We've already talked about it a ton. Devontae Adams obviously is an upgrade. But Swift, I think, has top 5 upside rest of the season once after their bye this week. And so, yeah, I don't want any part of that.
Okay.
CB rocking with us. Need 2. Curtis Samuel, Waddle, Gabe Davis. I am sadly going to bench Curtis Samuel
here. Yeah, I agree.
Do I trade Stevenson for Kamara? Yes.
Yes. This is the perfect thing for just anyone to listen. We have 45, 50 guys and gals rocking with us. I personally think Stevenson is fantastic, but he is a sell if you can get a Kamara. Kev, you're not as high on Mixon, JT, any of these running back ones who maybe haven't been producing as running back ones so far. I think Stevenson is your perfect sell high for those guys.
I don't think AB is worth holding if you have bad record. Can't rely on him. I'd rather have Isaiah McKenzie or Jacoby Myers at this point. Yes, I definitely want Jacoby Myers for sure. And probably McKenzie as well. BG, I made a trade yesterday. I traded CMC, Mike Evans, and Kareem for Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall, and stuff. Did we just answer this?
Mm-hmm. No, this is a little different. Has some similar players. But CMC to Breece.
This is exactly the trade we had because we remember
they left out the third piece. It was just Breece Hall and Diggs. it was missing Kenneth Walker because remember it was a 3 for 2.
No, it was definitely Kenneth Walker and Breece Hall.
Well, I like the Kenneth Walker and Breece Hall side,
which is funny because you said.
Well, Kenneth Walker was not in that.
Yes,
I will scroll up. I will scroll up.
I said Kenneth Walker. I said, would you take Kenneth Walker and Breece Hall for CMC?
Oh,
that's what I said.
Did I misread it?
Yeah.
Okay. I will say, because Kenneth Walker, I see that now. That's the Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall, Stephon Diggs side in the 14-team league. I apologize, BG, if I led you astray. That is the correct side to be on. That is a good trade. It's a great trade.
Let's see. Trade away Hollywood for CD and Najee. Yes.
Wait. Yeah. That's right. Yep.
Matthew, would you trade Cortland Sutton and Mike Williams for Mike Evans and Michael Thomas?
No, I would not. Did you agree?
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. No.
Okay.
Sorry. So something wrong with my comments because on this one, like I see. Let me know if I skip any because you may have to jump in because I'm missing some. It's like my
cursor kind of yeah.
Full trade Waddle for Gabe Davis. No.
You definitely skipped some. You did. Okay.
Yeah. See, I don't see those.
Really? Okay. Mike Thomas, his injury is not hamstring again. I forget the exact injury. He is expected to come back according to Kev. He missed practice today. Kev, you look that up. I'm going to answer this one. Curtis Samuel or Romeo Dobbs. I will go Curtis Samuel. And then from Twitch, Ayuk, Gallup, or Pickens. I think you and I are both going to agree here. I think it's Ayuk.
No, I would probably drop Michael Gallup.
Oh, good call. It's dropping someone. No. Okay. I'm going to stick with Ayuk. Their pass volume is going to be 30 times a game, where the Cowboys will be 38 times a game with a better quarterback. Give me the wide receiver 2 in Dallas over the wide receiver 2, especially with Kittle in San Fran. I like Pickens and what he's showing. I will drop Ayuk there.
It's a toe injury for Michael Thomas, and he's not guaranteed to play. I just said it looks like he could play.
Yeah, missed practice. Let's stay tuned with us. We will have shows tomorrow for DFS, Saturday for the prop show, and then Sunday morning. Sunday morning is when you all need to jump in. We will post the link on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe and ring that bell to get the notification when we go live. And that's when we can answer a lot of these questions when we know exactly who's active, who's inactive, who's practiced through Thursday, Friday. That's when we can give you a lot better information. But here from Koa 8. You got Lazard or Melvin Gordon. Or Lazard and Melvin Gordon for Olave.
Probably would rather have the Lazard and Melvin Gordon side.
It depends on who you lost or who you still have at running back, right? If we still have viable options, because Melvin Gordon's probably your flex, your third running back, I think you're probably okay upgrading to Olave, but it's definitely close. I agree with Kev. It's definitely close.
We already got that one. We said no, we wouldn't. Okay, now we're back. Okay, see, yeah, it's weird. Now I'm back on those same ones. Juju Smith-Schuster for Drake London, yes.
Okay. Let's go. This is a lineup that we're looking at. This is an 18-team league. You ever heard of an 18-team league, Kev Steele? I mean, this is a pretty solid team. We got Mahomes, Cook, Henry, Lockett, A.J. Brown, Ayuk, Freiermuth, Schultz, Reynolds, Noah Brown, Robbie Anderson. I mean, for an 18-team league, you have a star quarterback. You have a solid group of tight ends with Freiermuth and Schultz, and you're not sacrificing too much at running back or wide receiver with how Lockett's playing. You really did a good job getting Lockett. I think this is a great team for an 18-team league.
Yeah, and Uzi finished top 15 in the Millie Maker this week. I think he said
No way.
15th. Yeah.
No way. That's good stuff. Nice job, Uzi. Jared's got a question here. Should he trade Pittman and Bateman?
This is the one that was from earlier that we were trying to find his team. Remember?
Okay.
And then he sent it to us. Now I got to go find that team.
Are we missing that again? Come on, we got to.
No. I should find this one. The last time I just couldn't find it personally because it was my comments were cut off. But go to the next one. I'll find. Oh, here it is. Okay,
I got it.
I have Cousins, Mixon, Stevenson, Wilson, ETN, Waddle, Pittman, Gabe Davis, Christian Kirk, Lazard. Man, he has a ton of wide receivers. Michael Thomas and Bateman, Higbee.
I'm keeping Pittman. Trade. Wait for Michael Thomas to play. I think you need to wait for these Bateman, Michael Thomas. Wilson's healthy, but let's see him do a little bit more again, and trade two of these flex guys to upgrade somewhere else. I don't want to trade Pittman. I don't want to trade Pittman. I think he's going to be much better than he's been playing. I think he has that target share that we've seen a little bit from Alec Pierce. I think you're holding off there.
Yeah, and if you're going to trade for a running back, it's like a David Montgomery level type running back. Again,
good call.
Same guy we keep talking about, but like that's like you're looking for like a mid RB2, right? You're not trying to hit home run with necessarily an RB1, because you're going to have to trade one of these other guys. But I think that's somebody you would go after.
Yep. I answered this. I just went back to it again. You got Samuel over Romeo Doubs.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Just Jay. I have Eckler, Fournette, Ramondre, Ken Walker, Damien Pierce, and ETN. Do I trade Fournette and Goddard to get Andrews and Pickens? You're upgrading from Goddard to Andrews, and you're losing Fournette. But you still have Eckler, Ken Walker, Pierce, and ETN. I don't mind losing Fournette. We've talked about Fournette being a sell high. You upgrade from Goddard to Andrews, which isn't the highest upgrade because Goddard's still fairly good, but I think you get an extra, 4 points per game average.
I think I would try to change it and take Pickens out. And I don't know what you have at wide receiver, but I would rather try to get maybe something a little bit better, because I think the Fournette side, especially for running back and the value that they carry compared to a tight end, it's not like you need a tight end. You have Dallas Goedert. And so you're not desperate for a tight end. So I would actually have Pickens removed and try to maybe get a little bit better of a piece there.
All right. Matthew is asking about upgrading at wide receiver. He's got Sutton, Mike Williams, Zay Jones, Dobbs, Thielen. At running back, he's got JT, Kamara, Walker, AJ Dillon, Algier, and Pacheco. I think he's kind of balanced at both. If you trade a running back, I'm afraid you get too weak at running back. With Sutton and Mike Williams, it's really that wide receiver 3 that I wish you had a little bit better of an option there. But I don't know if you're getting the value if you trade an AJ Dillon. I'm just not sure.
I think wide receiver is easier to get off the waiver wire anyway. And so I think I would not want to create another hole, because really the best bet you would have would be trading like a Ken Walker or one of the JT or Kamara tier. And I really don't want to do that.
Yep. I agree. All right, we're picking 2 PPR, Mostert, ETN, Kirk. What say you?
Mostert and Kirk.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. James Robinson concern here. Kev, you're a little concerned, and you're the James Robinson guy of TFA. Are you thinking he's starting to succeed more work to ETN there?
No, I don't know if it was some sort of like a game script thing too last week against Houston, because they lost. I mean, not that the game got out of hand because it was 13-6, but we have seen we've seen his opportunities really drop, and his snap share drop every single week since week 2, 61%, 59%, 46%, and then 43% to Houston. Now they were trailing, against Philadelphia, so they had to. And then it's kind of the same thing last week. I mean, they weren't necessarily trailing as much, but I do. I think ETN is going to be the guy. And I think that he is probably going to. Now, James Robinson's not going away. He's going to have a role, but he's definitely cooled down since the first 3 weeks where he was a top 3 running back each of the first 3 weeks. And then he's kind of cratered since then, now to RB 58 and RB 50. So also he hasn't scored any touchdowns. He hasn't had more than 40 total yards in a game from that point on either.
So Truth Teller had an earlier question. He forgot to mention that Jacksonville is also an available defense. They've been producing pretty well, held the Texans there to a low outage. They've had a couple of defensive touchdowns. Are you playing them over Minnesota or Green Bay? Minnesota obviously facing Skylar Thompson, undrafted free agent or 7th round drafted quarterback for the Dolphins. Green Bay has a good matchup against Zach Wilson and the Jets.
Yeah, I'd probably go Green Bay and Jacksonville.
Which that's where I was at as well. Yep. ZXKK. Should we trade Adams for Tyreek? We were really close. Maybe we already answered this. They're right there.
It was more of a package, but I would probably keep Devontae Adams. It's super close between the two, though.
Adams just has more of a target share where Waddle is mixing in there. The Dolphins have shown that they can be pretty balanced as an offense, where the Raiders are, even with Jacobs getting the work, they are passing at a high volume. I agree. I have Adams over Tyreek. What running back would you trade for, or JT? Would you get Kamara or Cook? If both,
which one would you want to trade, Kamara or Cook?
For JT.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'd probably trade Dalvin.
Yeah, you've been kind of sell Dalvin Cook a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm. We just like we talked about earlier, like his opportunities or his snaps have dropped, and it looks like they're trying to really maybe going with a little bit more of a committee approach with Dalvin Cook, and the shoulder injury and everything else that plays in from there. Because if that shoulder injury gets too bad, he could end up needing season-ending surgery to repair this problem, because it's the same problem he's had for a while. He's been dealing with this for a few years now, this shoulder injury, but. Yeah.
Would someone accept Gino Smith for Monty if their quarterbacks are Jacoby Brissett and Daniel Jones?
If they're desperate enough, yeah, it's possible. Especially with David Montgomery. Yeah, I think you could maybe make that work.
I agree. All right, if you're going flex here, are you going running back 2 for the Buccaneers, Rachaad White, or Brian Robinson, who seems to have at least the stranglehold on the first and second downs for the Commanders?
I think you got me. I think I'll go Brian Robinson.
Let's go. Welcome to the Brian Robinson Show. Are we starting Jags, Browns, Panthers, or Eagles?
I'm going to go Packers.
Oh, yeah, Packers were also an option that I skipped over. Packers, I agree there. What do you think that DB Ball Out 23 can get Jeff Wilson for? He's trying to acquire Jeff Wilson. Who does he need to move? We need to see your lineup here. Ball Out, if you're still rocking with us, let's see who you have in your lineup that we could then identify who you would offer for Jeff Wilson. Jumbo Patrol is asking Kareem Hunt or Brian Robinson. So probably Hunt, as much as I like B-Rob this week. Do you agree?
Kareem Hunt.
Yep. So come on, Chi-Town 808. I'm weak at running back. Propose a trade to get Mixon and Deontay Johnson. They're giving up A.J. Brown and J.K. Dobbins. So we're upgrading at running back, downgrading at wide receiver. Do you like this move, assuming that they're weak at running back?
Yeah, if they get them to accept that, yeah, I think so.
Boom. C-Pat was dropped in Smokin' Joe's league. Would you pick him up, or are you keeping Pacheco? So it's Pacheco, drop, or leave Patterson on waivers.
I think I would just hold Isaiah Pacheco. I mean, I know Cordell Patterson can be good, but he is what? They put him on IR, right? So
put him on IR 3 more weeks minimum, and that's not saying he gets the job right back when he comes back that 4th week now, right? And who says if Tyler Algier or Caleb Huntley shows something that it's not a split anyways, which it kind of already was becoming. I think Patterson was a sell before he got hurt. I'm really nervous for what happens when he comes back at 31, already splitting work there. Alejandro, CMC, are you moving him for Pierce and Jamar?
Yes.
Agree. Who's the better option, Gerald Everett or Dalton Schultz? Let's go this week and then season long.
Gerald Everett and then season long. I guess I would go Schultz, but it's hard to trust with this knee injury that he's dealing with.
Yep. Sutton for Debo. Are you trading Cortland Sutton, wide receiver 1, for the let's ride Russell Wilson train?
I think I would go Debo here. I think I would make that trade.
Yeah, I mean, for as high as you and I have been on Russell Wilson, or I guess just on the Broncos and specifically Cortland Sutton, I think with Lance being injured, Debo has now crept into that low end wide receiver 1 range for me, and he's just shown more than Sutton, where I trust him a little bit more. I can see Sutton outperforming him the rest of the season, but I think he's just Debo is safer because he can get the rushing work and the receiving work and more of the red zone work as well. Are you going Cowboys defense and how well they've been playing, getting to the quarterback, or the Eagles defense in this matchup on Sunday Night Football, I believe?
I think I'd go Eagles.
I think so as well. And this is just answering Cowboys get the Lions and then the Bears after this week. So if you're picking up a defense to look at more than 1 week, would you consider the Cowboys a little bit more, knowing they have the Lions and the Bears in the next 2 weeks? I do not know the Eagles' schedule off the top of my head here. They get the Steelers and the Texans. So I think they have an equally advantageous schedule coming up. I think we stick with the Eagles. Are you in agreement there?
Yeah.
Wahab Ali, we have which 2 between Mixon, Stevenson, and Deontay are you starting? He's 1-4 and needs to get a win here. If JT comes back, obviously tossing him into the lineup. Let's choose between these other 3. Which 2 are you starting between Mixon, Stevenson, and Deontay?
First 2.
First 2. I agree. All right, Luis is praising that we're awake, doing this late. This is 12:05 Central Time. Still rocking with you guys. We answer every single questions. Hey, we're only 20 minutes behind questions now. Look what happens when we kick Cody to the curb. You and I get down to business. What are you guys thinking of Ken Walker and Alec Pierce? It sounds like you picked them both up today. Man, if you picked up Ken Walker off of waivers, you're celebrating in the streets, don't you think?
Yeah, I kind of thought because I saw a lot of waiver stuff and people were putting Ken Walker on there, and I know it shows that he's available and it was just under 50% of ESPN. I was like, it just didn't make any sense to me because I'm like, people really dropping Kenneth Walker? I guess he struggled. Obviously didn't do a whole lot the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season, but he was drafted in every league. For the most part, he was a 9th, 10th round pick. So I was kind of surprised that he was I don't know, but yeah, hey man, if you were able to get Kenneth Walker and Alec Pierce, good for you. The 2 elite pickups.
All right, another Twitch here. K1 Alexa Piera. 0-5. We need to make some changes here. We need to get Alexa a win here. Or Alex, not Alexa. We need to get Alex a win here. We got Wentz at quarterback. That's been up and down. Najee and Saquon. I think that's an okay combo there. T. Higgins, Jacoby Myers, Taysom Hill, ETN, Swift's on a bye. Deontay Johnson, Mike Thomas, Ertz, London, Ayuk. We've got some waiver options here. Are you looking to pick up any of these waiver options Do we have any trade suggestions? Kev, let's help out Alex and get a win here.
First, I think you need to figure. I mean, I hate trading for quarterbacks. So I don't know what quarterbacks are available on your waivers. Seeing that like Rondale Moore and Romeo Dobbs are sitting out there and Brian Robinson on waivers, then that tells me there's probably some decent quarterbacks. I'd probably drop Carson Wentz, to be honest, and find another quarterback that could possibly be out there. Like if a Gino Smith is sitting out there, I'd rather have Gino Smith.
Yeah, I mean, we don't mind Wentz's matchup against the Bears.
No, but it's Thursday night, and I hate playing guys Thursday night. It's such a shit show. And you have Washington football team out there, the Commanders going against the Bears. Like this feels like another we're gonna get
I agree
with a 9-6 type game. You know what I mean? Like
I agree.
Don't know.
But here's who's out there for a 12-team league for me, and there's one name I'd pick over Carson Wentz. There's Daniel Jones, Brissett, Mariota, Matt Ryan. Here's the name I would pick up: Justin Fields on the other side of the football. Baker, Jimmy.
If I'm picking up anybody, it would be Daniel Jones. Like that, Daniel
against
Jones
Baltimore.
He's getting a lot of usage. Baltimore, especially their pass defense, has not been very good at all this year.
They've been banged up. Played really well against the Bengals last week. They're finally healthy. Your boy Debro pointed that out. That when they're healthy, they are much better than they've shown the first 3-4 weeks.
Debro's an idiot. I'll tell him that tomorrow too. But I don't think this is the same though, because you wouldn't see Romeo Dobbs and Brian Robinson sitting out there if it was, and so that's why I feel like this is probably a little bit deeper of a league. So there's probably a better wide receiver sitting out there, or wide receiver quarterback. And as far as trades go, I would say Najee, especially with getting with Deandre Swift coming back next week. But I don't know what
you gotta wait for him to have a decent week.
I don't know when that's going to be. It could be this week. It could be 4 weeks from now. I don't know when that's coming.
He'll have a better week than last week at some point. I agree with you. Also, things said after midnight for Kev Steele. We're letting Debro know I need to cut the tape at 2:52-ish. My goodness.
Well, I'll see him tomorrow. He's supposed to be on the DJ Nation show. So
all right, just tell him to his face.
Well, I tell him that all the time.
Why so serious? Says, should I pick up Eno Benjamin? I think in a vacuum, yes. I think he has an opportunity to be the 1A. I'm not as high on him as Cody and Kev were, where I think he's the back that's going to get 15, 20 touches. I think he is a split down back where he's going to get some of the work, not most of the work. He's probably a 12 to 15 touch guy in a solid matchup, I would say. So, yeah, he needs to be rostered and potentially played this week.
D. Lenny's in here just picking up all the slack, answering questions. Love to see that. I don't know where Walito's at. That's supposed to be Walito's job, one of our moderators. Maybe we need to find another. Maybe we need to add a moderator. D. Lenny, will be a moderator?
D. Lenny, let us know if you have time to step up, become a moderator for the TFA, because you're crushing it right now, answering all these questions that we're late to. J. Eggs, are you trading your most hated player in fantasy, Derrick Henry, for JT?
Yes, I am.
And I agree. Raheem Mostert will play this week. I might be behind on this, but I believe he's okay to play.
Yeah, he'll play.
Chase for JT straight up from Gio.
I think I would, yeah. We have to remember with him too, and so the thing that I've said with him is that last year through the first 4 weeks, Jonathan Taylor was the RB22 or RB20. This year, same thing, same situation, right? And he finishes the RB1. And so, I'm not all that concerned with the way this season started. I think they'll kind of get this thing figured out. I think once they do, I think, then this entire offense will kind of raise because it'll give more time for Matt Ryan. They can run play action. They can kind of open up the playbook a little bit more. So, I mean, unless you're just unless you're stacked at running back, because it's hard to know. You're just saying Chase for JT. So I don't know what other running backs you have. So if you hit the lottery and let's say you're one of the people that have Damien Pierce and Saquon and you did really well at running back, maybe you don't need it, then maybe I would say no. But I think overall, I would accept. I would want JT.
Yep, I had that stat a couple weeks ago as people were panicking on some of these players. I said, "Hey, Justin Jefferson started out slow. Jonathan Taylor started out slow. Mark Andrews started out slow. Like, pick your player; they can still finish really, really well." You got it.
Yeah. What do you think of Debo rest of season? Kind of the same thing. He is fortunate now that Trey Lance is done for the year with Jimmy Garoppolo. I think it raises the ceiling for what he can do. He's going to continue to be utilized in the running game too. So, yeah, I mean, I think he's a solid like low end RB or RB wide receiver 1.
Yep. Are you starting Curtis Samuel or Adam Thielen? Let's answer that one first. For
Curtis Samuel.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. And then what do you think, Antonio Gibson or Darrell Henderson, or are either of them droppable?
I don't want to drop either one of them if I don't have to, but if I have to play one of them, it's going to be Darrell Henderson.
Agree with both of that. Okay. Would you drop Akers for Bateman, Dobbs, or Alec Pierce? Trade deadline is over already, and he's loaded at running back. This is for Duran Cheese.
Makes me think of Duran Cherry. Former Chiefs. Great. Yeah, I would drop. I mean, I think you could. I mean, if all those guys are sitting out there, Cam Akers.
Yeah, well, who are you picking up? You're dropping Cam Akers. Who are you picking up?
I would rank them Bateman, Alec Pierce, Dobbs, but it's really close between Dobbs and Pierce.
So you're dropping Akers for Bateman, and you're also dropping Akers for Pierce, and you're also dropping Akers for Dobbs. I would pick up Bateman, and then I'd keep Dobbs. I'm not dropping I'm not dropping Akers for Dobbs or Akers for Pierce. The only person I'm dropping Akers for is Bateman. Yep. J Eggs, not on the same page as you. He says drop Akers for any reason.
He's been terrible. He's been god awful. Like he has
worse
been
than Zeke. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page there. What D would you start? Washington D going against Chicago, Eagles D going against the Cowboys this week only.
Yeah, I'm going Eagles D.
Yeah, I think Cooper Rush possibly turns into that pumpkin here on Sunday Night Football.
No,
Arice? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce his name. Arice? How about Arice Bass? Are we dropping Damien Harris? No, I don't think so. I think there's still going to be a split backfield when the game script is positive. It'll be Damien Harris who is productive here. I'm not dropping him. He could be back this week. He practiced on a limited basis this week. It would be surprising, but if not, then next week.
That is surprising that he's back at practice whenever the reports like Monday was that Damien Harris was set to miss multiple weeks.
Correct. So that's why I'm still leaning he misses at least 1 week. Are you going Pittman or Debo rest of the season? We both have them as low-end wide receiver ones. This is super close for me. What you got here?
I'm going to go Debo, but it is really close. I just think he's in a better offense right now.
He just does more. You know what I mean? Like, I was worried if Debo would do the same stuff he did last year. So far, he's shown he can with the injuries. I agree.
Yeah. 49ers or Packers D this week. I'm going to go 49ers.
Yeah, 49ers have a really good matchup this week, and then it gets a little bit more tough, right? They have Atlanta. I have them as actually as my top DST.
I'm not sure if you already answered this or not, but should I try? If we already, I remember he asked another question earlier, but should I trade Jamar Chase and Kamara for Diggs and Breece Hall? And I'm going to say no.
Oh, Diggs
super
above
close.
Diggs above Chase for me, and then Breece Hall and Kamara is close. Oh, I'm going to go Diggs and Breece Hall actually, but you're right.
I don't hate it if you want to. Like we talked about. I think Jamar Chase rest of season, then Chase and Diggs are very close to each other. I think the Bengals are going to figure this thing out, and you're going to start to see that Jamar Chase look a lot more like the Jamar Chase from Week 1 than what we've seen in the last the 4 weeks prior. But
Wide
or 4
receiver
weeks after.
2 behind T. Higgins.
And then Kamara and Brees Hall. I just feel a little more confident in Kamara, especially his pass catching usage. We have seen now with Zach Wilson returning that Brees Hall only saw 2 targets last week, but I love Brees Hall as well. So, but yeah, if you wanted to do it, I don't hate it. I don't know if you asked me this or not. My team is Kirk Cousins, JT, Mixon, Stevenson, Debo, Godwin, Kittle. I bench Pitts, Deontay, Garrett Wilson, Madison, Moore, Dak on IR. What should I do? 12 PPR. One, I think you could look to trade one of your tight ends. I know it's tough right now because neither one of them are doing anything. And the second one of them does something, maybe you look to move one of them because I think Kittle and Pitts, it's hard having both of them. And I would look to move one of them. I think that will help. But
can't you go Stevenson here? Can't you trade Stevenson in this situation? Or are you worried about that running back 3 if you move
the thing with Stevenson though is that he's been productive even without even when Damien Harris is playing. So it's not like he goes back to just some sort of bench role because he's actually handled more. I think it's more snaps and more opportunities than what Damien Harris has on the season.
But I don't see a bench here. I see Debo and Godwin and then Kittle. It doesn't look like there's a flex here. And if there is, he's not showing it, which means you'd have to start Stevenson over JT or Mixon, which most weeks that's not happening. Probably any week where JT and Mixon are playing, you're probably not starting
But I
Stevenson.
think this week you have to on one, he's 1-4, so you can't really lose any more games.
Correct.
And so,
can you get Stevenson and Godwin and upgrade to a top 5 guy? Can you get a JJ's too high? Can you get Diggs is probably too high? Who's in that wide receiver 4 and 5 range?
I don't know if so you're going to give up Godwin and Stevenson?
Probably get a kickback at running back as well. Can you get a Dillon back? Can you get a high end flex?
But when he does that, his bench is his depth because all he has is JT Mixon.
Right? Okay, go to that tight end. Go that tight end route. I like what you were saying earlier with the 2 tight ends. Can you go tight end and Stevenson and upgrade somewhere? I guess we're on similar wavelengths here. I want to take advantage while Steven is expected to be the starter and people have him as a top 5 guy. People think Harris could miss 3 to 4 weeks. I think this is when you capitalize. And I like Stevenson. I just think he's more of a flex guy than this running back 1, running back 2 that he's going to be projected as the next week or so. Yeah. That's it.
Hunter, Kyler Murray and Zeke for Stephon Diggs and James Conner, your thoughts? I would do that.
Done.
Yeah.
Next.
Anthony, what quarterback will you guys start in a 12-team league? Lawrence, Brissett, Ryan, Jones, Wilson, Mariota.
I think it's going to be Trevor Lawrence for me. He had his first downish week this last week, only had 12 points, but he's been really good, and the Jags are going to throw 600 times this season, 600 plus. It just didn't work out this week against the Texans. It was really kind of an ugly game, but he should be throwing 38 times a game, roughly, and you're going to like your results more often than not, I would imagine.
Yeah, assuming that's Zach Wilson, not Russell.
It
seems crazy, but there are a lot of people that are starting to drop Russell Wilson. So.
You're
it's
right.
not as hot of a take.
You're right. Oh, I clicked on the wrong one.
Yeah. Full PPR, George Pickens or A.J. Dillon. I'm going to go George Pickens here.
Best case scenario for George Pickens is he's a low-end wide receiver 2, high-end flex. Best case for A.J. Dillon is Aaron Jones gets hurt and he is a top 10 running back rest of the season. I'm going to go A.J. Dillon.
For this week?
Better question. A.J. Dillon given the matchup with the Jets.
And then 1 RB2, full PPR between those horrible options, Henderson, Hines, Benjamin, and White.
man, Hines was. I know we only saw 3 plays from him, but he was in line to get some work. Then again, that was before JT was coming back.
Has he cleared concussion protocol yet?
No. I don't think anyone who had a concussion can clear by Wednesday.
I just didn't know with him being a Thursday night game that maybe.
That's a good point.
But yeah, I mean, if JT were to be out and Hines plays again, then yeah, I'd probably go Hines. But I'm not expecting that. I think JT plays, so I would probably in this situation go Rachaad White. Or no, never mind. Excuse me, Eno Benjamin. Sorry.
Yeah, Anthony, get back to us. If we had to pick right now, we're going Eno Benjamin. We're gonna know a lot more Sunday morning. Rock with us on the Sunday morning show.
Should I drop Dawson Knox for David Njoku? Yes, I'm doing that all day.
I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Is usually good to start this week. I mean, it depends on your options, but I don't hate him. I think he's like a low end wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4. I think it's where
correct. He's a flex that has not boomed yet, but I think can boom, if that makes sense.
Oh, sorry. 661 Beasy, RB1, Brees Hall, RB2, got Akers, Singletary, Dobbins, Brian Robinson, Mostert. Jeff Wilson is on waiver. Any thoughts? If you can get Jeff Wilson, pick him up because Jeff Wilson I have as a top 13 running back. I think I have him at 12 or 13. So I definitely would go there. If not, I'm going Raheem Mostert.
Correct. All correct. Good job, Kev.
Randy, Skylar Thompson or Kirk Cousins? We're going Kirk Cousins.
Randy, what are we doing?
So okay. Well, the running backs are Kirk Cousins is sitting out there. Yeah, so he has Wentz. So this is the Wentz question, where we were talking about what quarterback.
Alex,
yeah, pick up Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins has Miami this week with Xavier Howard questionable. Like, I know Miami's defense was supposed to be really good, and their pass rush is still solid, but like Kirk Cousins, I think should be viewed. And you read off the stats when we were talking about Kyler versus Cousins, but for me, he's a locked-in QB1 unless you have somebody that's a fantastic stream. Like, this is Kirk Cousins for sure.
Hunter again. I have Diggs as wide receiver. Who should I start at wide receiver 2? Sutton, London, Keenan Allen if he plays, or Jacoby Myers? I would go Sutton. Is one of these a nice flex option? Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you have at running back, but yeah, I think so. Especially if Keenan Allen plays, then I would go with Keenan Allen. If he doesn't, then I think I would go Jacoby Myers.
Yeah. Just to talk it all out, I've got Sutton, then Allen, then Jacoby Myers, then London.
I have it the same.
Yep.
Emilio, rock with us. Brees Hall, Monty, Judy, or Keenan Allen at flex. Brees Hall for me.
Yeah. Yep.
Also, do you think Frymuth or clear protocols? I don't know. With this, especially with this being his 3rd in 2 years, like I think they want to be very careful with this.
And Hawkinson's on bye, so let's read a couple of waiver wire tight ends he could pick up. We have Everett's probably owned in plenty of leagues now. It's probably Hayden Hurst, Evan Ingram are 2 guys that I'd look at. Tyler Conklin to a lesser degree. I know he put up a goose egg last week, but the Jets should have to throw more than they did against the Dolphins when they were leading.
I think the 2 options that you could look at that are probably sitting out there in leagues, well, probably a couple. One, if Gino Smith misses again this week and Hunter Henry happens to be sitting out there because he did nothing, I think he could be an option this week, especially with this game script being a little bit different than what it was last week for them.
Right.
So Hunter Henry, I think, is an interesting option. You have Mike Gesicki only if Tyreek Hill were to somehow miss, he was walking in a walking boot after the game on Sunday. So Mike Gesicki would be an interesting option if those guys are out. And then lastly, I kind of like Daniel Bellinger. He's kind of grown on me. He started to get a little bit more routes, started to be more involved as a pass catcher here in this offense. They were lacking of pass catchers. I think he's kind of a sneaky name to be monitoring this week, especially if you need a tight end. And then maybe Cade Otton if Cameron Brate were to miss again this week. If Cameron Brate were to be out again this week, then I think Cade Otton, I mean, he played almost 100% of the snaps last week. So I think he'd be the other guy that I think you could be looking at this week.
Here's the one thing we do a lot. We give them a lot of names. Who's your number 1 name? If they're there, you're taking them, you're starting them. For me, it's Evan Ingram.
I mean, yeah, if he's sitting out there, maybe he is, but if not, I was just trying to go a little bit deeper on guys.
No. I think that's good. I think we just name a couple names, and then there's just a lot out there. I think Evan Ingram is out there in most leagues. For Yahoo, he's out there in 50% of the leagues.
Anime, I can drop Schultz for Njoku. Should I make the move? Yes, I would.
Drop Schultz, get Njoku.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Logan, should I start Melvin Gordon at the flex or Kenneth Walker? I'm going to go with Kenneth Walker there.
Yeah, agreed.
Movie fan, Christian Kirk or Brian Robinson? I'm going Kirk.
Kirk.
Is Melvin Gordon a start? Nori. Yeah, it depends on your other options, but yes, I think he is definitely a viable option.
Nor he's not a must start, so
he's not a must start, no, but I think he's a viable RB2.
Hey, we're only 17 minutes behind. We're catching up. Nori, if you're still there, let us know who your other options are, because I think Melvin Gordon is a start depending on your other options.
Josh Allen on bye week 7. Need quarterback Tua, Daniel Jones, Wentz, Wilson, or Pickett. I mean, I think I would go with Tua.
Let's hope that Tua gets back for week 7. Let's roll with him, and then if not, we can pivot to one of these other options.
What is the schedule?
Well, you look up the schedule. We've got PJ. Little question here. Start Olave, Godwin, or Mostert in the flex.
What an awesome Sunday night football game that could be. Oh, my goodness.
What do you got?
Oh, next week's primetime games are... So the Dolphins play the Steelers on Sunday night football.
What a beaut.
Guess what we get for Monday night football?
We probably get the Jags and the Colts. No, they've already played primetime.
Bears and Patriots.
Oh, goody.
Yeah, that's what we get next week for Sunday night or Monday night football. But yeah, so the Dolphins are playing the Steelers. So yeah, I would go to it, especially because it sounds like he has a shot. He returned to the field this week. He's practicing a little bit. They're going to be slow with him. So if he doesn't have any setbacks, he's able to pass the rest of their stuff. I think there's a real shot he returns next week. So
help PJ out here. Olave if he plays, Godwin or Mostert.
I'm going to go Godwin.
I will go Olave if he plays, and then Godwin.
Chill. Get Lamar and Juju for Joe Mixon and Curtis Samuel. Other wide receivers are Mooney, Elijah Moore, Corey Davis, and Cortland Sutton. Curtis Samuel starting right now. I have Russ and Gino and Stafford. Jeez.
That's a lot of quarterbacks.
I'm not doing that.
I think he needs to chill. Is that what you're saying on his quarterbacks? He needs to chill.
Yeah, you need to chill, bro. Even if it's a two quarterbacks fine to have 3. But if this is, I'm assuming this is a single quarterback league. You have an addiction for quarterbacks.
Yeah, he's got an addiction for Julian Edelman too. I think I see it in the Abbey.
Well,
that Edelman.
Yeah. But yeah, you could probably drop one of those quarterbacks you already have.
2.
Yeah, I would drop 2 of them. But yeah, but no, I would not make that move.
Well, just to put you on the spot here, which 2 are you dropping between Russ, Gino, and Stafford? Don't mess up.
Right now, I think you keep Gino, but that is.
You're rocking Gino the rest of the season over Russ. Rest of season, you have Gino Smith over Russ Wilson. Say it to the camera, because I don't.
At the very least, right now, I would probably keep Russ and Gino. I think you could drop Stafford if you had to, and then because eventually Russ is going to turn this thing around, and I don't want to drop him, and somebody else picks him up, and you're going to feel like a dummy. So I would keep 2 of them. I don't want 3 of them. So
keep mixing. Keep mixing. If you're already starting Curtis Samuel, you got to keep him over Juju right now. Yeah, I don't think you get better with this. Yep. Next.
Trade Derrick Henry for Jamar Chase and Higbee. Have Schultz. Already got Diggs, Gabe Davis, Samuel, DJ Moore, quarterback Lamar Jackson. Backs are Cook, AJ Dillon, White. No,
I don't love that he has 2 Bills wide receivers, but It is
And
what
you'd
it
be
is.
extremely thin at running back because that would leave you with Dalvin Cook, AJ Dillon, Rashad White, Brian Robinson.
Yep, don't love it. So
Yeah. Start Pats or Ravens D this week.
Ravens are going up against Giants.
The Giants.
Or the Pats.
Against Cleveland. I'd probably rather have Baltimore.
I think I have Baltimore a couple spots. Let me look here. Baltimore is 6 for me. Pats are 9 for me. Yeah, give me the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, I'm 4-1. Happy PR 12-man league. This is Chris D. Make any moves or keep the depth. Quarterback Hurts, running back JT, Saquon, Ramondre, J. Rob, Madison, wide receivers AJ Brown, Sutton, Michael Thomas, Pickens, Boyd, Dotson, Jameson, Williams when he returns, and Andrews.
Christy, you have a great team. So fantastic job getting to 4-1. I think you just keep doing what you're doing. Some people feel like they need a trade to keep trying to tinker with the team. I think this team is really solid, and I personally would not mess with this team at all.
I completely agree. I would not do anything with that team. I think you're in a great spot with that. Fu Yang, start Kenneth Walker over AJ Dillon. Yes, I would. Is Breece Hall going to be the league winner? I mean, considering he was drafted in like the 5th round by most people, like I wouldn't consider him that. I think Kenneth Walker has a better shot, mainly just because Kenneth Walker was a 10th round pick versus Breece Hall was kind of a guy that most people were counting on anyway. But yes, Breece Hall could be an absolute. I think he has absolute ability to be an absolute.
That schedule. Kev, we talked about it preseason. We said give Breece Hall some time. That week 8, week 9, that schedule opens wide up. The playoff schedule is fantastic. But yes, with Penny out, Walker is going to be that league winner. But Breece should be fantastic.
Would you do Debo for Hall straight up?
Not knowing the rosters, I would have Hall as a top 10 running back. Debo is a top 12 wide receiver. I'm going to give the edge to the scarce position. I would do Debo for Hall straight up, yes.
Randy, Belichick hates fantasy football. Yes.
We've known this. Jonah Gray.
Yeah, the 4 touchdown, and then never saw him again. Diego, Packers or Dallas rest of season? I would go Dallas rest of season.
Yeah, but it's close.
Duran, geez, y'all think the Bengals defense will be okay for the next 2 games against the Saints and Falcons? I have the Bills for the long run on my bench.
We're not starting Bills because they're going against the Chiefs. I can understand that.
I think.
Go ahead. Next week they have a bye. Yeah. So yeah, we go Chiefs into a bye, and then we get the Packers. So you're almost looking at maybe 3-ish weeks. Bengals, I like the Patriots. If you look at the Patriots schedule, I don't have it pulled up in front of me, but the Patriots DST is looking really, really good. For I think it's like the next 4 weeks until they're by week 10. So that's a defense I've been targeting in my leagues. I would definitely recommend you all take a quick glance and see if the Patriots are available in your leagues. Let me see if I can pull up their schedule real quick here. They have the Cleveland Browns, Chicago Bears, New York Jets, Colts, and then a bye, and then the Jets again. So you have a bye there, but they have probably 5 weeks where they're startable and probably favorable with Bears, Jets, Colts, Jets.
Jeff Wilson or Breece Hall this season? Breece Hall, and it's not even close.
That's correct.
Sasson, Flex 1, Happy PR, Allen Robinson, Juju, DJ Dallas, or Garrett Wilson. I'm going to go Juju here.
Juju there as well.
Chubb or Leonard?
Chubb.
Yeah, I'm going to go Chubb this week.
Yeah.
I'm 1-4. Got screwed with Dak, Javonte, Schultz, Keenan, and Penny. I need to trade JT as I need to win now. What are your thoughts on this trade? JT and Waddle for J-Rob, Debo, Joe Burrow, and ETN. No. One, JT is expected to play this week. Or he could play this week, right? And with Waddle, same thing. Like James Robinson is looking more and more like the secondary running back here Joe Burrow, like it's fine, but again, Dak very well could be back next week. When he was out there, spitting the balls today, as they say. And then ETN, I like as a piece, but you're just not getting enough here. This feels like almost they're trying to fleece you here a little bit with giving up Jonathan Taylor and Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, Quinn, maybe give us the rest of your lineup to make sure we're not missing. If you have a deeper starting requirement, we're not missing some of your other pieces that you need to start. Who else are you starting at quarterback? Are you having to roll out a really tough quarterback where Burrow could be an upgrade? But I would agree with Kev. Without seeing the rest of this team, I would agree you need to keep JT and Waddle.
Should I trade Najee for Hunt? No.
I'm not going that low.
No. Kyle Pitts or Taysom Hill? I'm going Kyle Pitts.
This week?
Yeah.
He practiced limited this week, I think, didn't he? Or today?
Yeah.
I'll go Kyle Pitts, but they're definitely back to back.
Who should start between Brady versus Steelers, Herbert versus Denver, CMC, Saquon, Stevenson, Lamb, AJ Brown, and Pittman, and one quarterback, two wide receivers, 2 flags.
Man, I just wouldn't want to play this game. Cedric, we've said this a lot during the preseason and offseason. If you have a stud quarterback like Justin Herbert, we're not trying to roster 2 quarterbacks where you have to play this guessing game each week where it's Brady or Herbert or Brady, because chances are you're going to pick wrong half of the week and you're going to get frustrated. I would look to trade one of those quarterbacks. I think Brady's going to be better than he has been because he has Evans, Godwin, Gage. He even has Julio probably coming back here in a week or two. He's going to be much better than he has been so far. And then Herbert should be a top 3 option. I would look to trade one of those guys and get that to a quarterback or a team that is quarterback needy. That said, if you have to pick this week, I'm probably going to have Herbert. Oh, I think I have Herbert above Brady, but that's close. What do you got there?
Yeah, I would go Herbert, and then 2 running backs are going to be CMC and Saquon. Wide receivers are going to be, for me, AJ Brown and Michael Pittman. And then I would actually flex Ramondre Stevenson.
And you're benching Lamb against the Eagles. I agree with that. Yep, I'm with you.
Would you do Lamar for Herbert, Garrett Wilson, Elijah Mitchell? He would be getting Lamar. I'm going to say no.
No, I think rest of season. I think rest of season you could make an argument that Herbert's going to be better than Lamar. They'll be close. One could be better than the other, but now you're also giving up you're also giving up Garrett Wilson and Elijah Mitchell. I don't think that's worth it.
No.
No.
They are way too close for me.
D. Linney is in the chat. He says, who are your running backs? He has Lamar over Herbert, but consider the bye weeks. I'm with D. Linney. They're too close.
Is Odell Beckham worth a spot on the bench? If you're in a league with a lot of bench spots and you can make it work, fine. But I don't think he has a ton of ceiling, even when he does sign. Because I don't think he'll be ready to play until probably sometime in November. And by that point, I don't think he's really worth it. So if you want to, fine, just see what happens. But I'm not expecting a whole lot.
We got asked this a ton on the Sunday morning show. There's so many other players I'd rather have that have a team. I know if they're playing and if they're starting. Mecole Hardman, for example, is a guy who's probably on waivers. I'd rather have Mecole Hardman over Odell Beckham Jr. I'm not picking up Odell Beckham Jr. in any of my leagues.
Oh, he was saying what running backs he has. He has Swift, Taylor, Kenneth Walker, Rashad White, and Algier.
So he would give up Garrett Wilson, Elijah Mitchell, but he still has Swift, Taylor, Kenneth Walker. He's okay at running back. Garrett Wilson is not a huge loss. So just rest of season, do you prefer, let's just go 1-to-1 here. Do you have Lamar over Herbert? And that's going to be close for me, really close.
Yeah. I'm still not going to overpay, which is what you'd be doing to make a trade. So yes, you're okay at running back, but I'm still I wouldn't. Somebody somewhere. That's a Tony La Russa picture. I was trying to say, who is that?
Is that you got a Tony La Russa out of that? How big's your screen?
That is definitely Tony La Russa.
Look at you go, baseball man.
TLR. Well, listen, I'm a White Sox fan, so believe me, I know I can spot that old decrepit bastard anywhere. So, anyways, Pittman or when I first saw this, I was like Pittman or Reese, like the candy. I don't know.
Drink.
That's tough, right?
Is it Breesy?
Yeah. Then I think it's supposed to be Brees Hall.
Also, second misspelling. I don't know if you heard earlier. I said we drink for misspellings on this podcast, on this live show. Yep, there we go.
All right. Randy, thanks. Thank you guys. Kirk Cousins has been a disappointment so far.
Did you not answer the question?
Oh, I think he was just responding to us. So.
No, he's sorry.
Asking I didn't even answer the question. I just completely jumped over it.
Let's just answer his question.
It would be sorry, I threw me off with the question with the way. Anyways, I'd go Brees Hall.
I would agree.
Appreciate your chat, guys. You created a smile on my face. That's what I love to see, Randy. That's what we're here for. Happy we can help.
Well,
we'll do whatever.
Can you answer?
He didn't ask a question.
Oh, okay. He had asked the Cousins versus Skyler, and I said, Randy, we're not doing that. We're not going to Skyler here, Randy. Let's stick with Kirk. We like that.
Yeah. I think Cam Akers can turn around. I do. I mean, to some extent,
your water. Remember?
Yes, he's been terrible, and I've said that, But this entire team has been god awful. Like, it's not just him. It's not just Allen Robinson. Like, it's the entire offense not named Cam Akers.
Why do they turn it around? Give me a reason. Why do they turn it around?
Because I think Matthew Stafford is better than this. Like, Matthew Stafford has played horribly. I mean, he's been right there with him, right?
Because of his line, which is not going to get any better.
I think that we do this, like, teams are, especially with a guy like Sean McVay, they're smart enough to scheme and figure out how to fix this. We saw this last year with the Chiefs, right? They had that span last year. It happened in the middle of the year where all of a sudden everyone was saying how much, how everybody's figured out Patrick Mahomes and all this other stuff. Sky's falling for the Chiefs. Same thing, right? They figured it out. Like, I think they'll figure this out sooner rather than later. And so I don't mind holding Cam Akers. Like, if you had to drop him for somebody, you could drop him, sure. But
I'm not dropping him.
I think he can turn it around. I think this offense is going to get a little bit better.
Okay, I've been on record saying I don't think Cam Akers is going to be back to his 100% self pre-injury. I think he's already at 80%, and he's already splitting work, especially pass catching work, to Darrell Henderson, which makes him a flex level option for me. So turn it around? No. Can he be a flex where some weeks when he scores?
Turn it around, yeah, sure. Because turn it around right now means, like, because he hasn't been you're not started him at all. Like, he is 100% on your bench. Can he at least become usable where you can, plug him in for, on a flex? Yes, I think he can.
He has been a bench player that when he scores can be a flex player. That's what I think. So you're not going to know when he scores. He's going to be a low-end flex for me. He's going to be a running back 30 or around there for me most weeks.
I don't know. I mean, that's where Tony Pollard resides, and I mean, he's been pretty startable every week of the year.
You're starting Tony Pollard over him, right?
Oh yeah.
Raheem Mostert.
Well, Raheem Mostert's like a top 20 guy. Anyways,
no, but I think it's interesting to go through those names real quick to make sure that we're not, like you say, he's a top 20 guy. James Robinson or Cam Akers, Eno Benjamin or Cam Akers.
It's a little different for me. I have Cam Akers as a top 24 running back this week. I think this is a extremely good matchup against the Carolina Panthers. The Panthers have been god awful against the run, and so I actually think Cam Akers is a very viable option this week. So with PJ Walker at quarterback, I think this could be a week that they get ahead. They actually have a lead, and Cam Akers could see like 17, 18 carries this week. So I like Cam Akers.
Panthers have not been god awful against the run.
They got just absolutely annihilated last week by the run by Jeff Wilson
against a team that is known for running the football. They run on anybody and everybody. The Panthers have a good D line and they are, if anything, they're average against the run. Statistically, they are top 10. No. They're middle of the pack. They're dead middle of the pack against the run. I'm not going to weight it one way or the other. We can move on.
Take a chance on Taysom Hill or play Hunter Hurst at tight end. I'm going to go Taysom Hill.
Yeah, we're going Taysom Hill there.
I have Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson. Who should I start, or should I get somebody out of the waiver? I would start Aaron Rodgers against the Jets.
You ready for me to do a Kev Steele? Justin Fields over Aaron Rodgers this week. Crazy or no?
That's crazy, especially them coming off a loss like last week. I think you see this little. They need to get a win this week. I think Aaron Rodgers easily against the Jets.
Oh man. Which means, yeah. All right. They're close for me.
Chris got offered Adams and Breece Hall for JT and Debo. I am taking that trade. I want JT and Debo.
Correct. Oh, you want JT and Debo over Breece Hall and Adams.
Yeah.
What if you were the McCaffrey? You and I had a throwdown, McCaffrey versus JT. You were the McCaffrey fan saying, what if JT doesn't score his 18 touchdowns? I think he had 16 rushing, 2 receiving, something like that. What if he doesn't score that? Breece Hall could be close to JT, and I would assume Devontae Adams is above Debo. This is very close for me. I think you're right. I think I take JT and Debo, but I don't think it's crazy if you say I think JT is not the running back 1. I think he's the running back 5, and Adams is going to be for sure better than Debo.
London or Kenneth Walker in PPR. I'm going to go Kenneth Walker.
Yep.
Should I start Waddle over Jacoby Myers? Yes.
Yes.
Drew traded Fournette for Breece Hall. I like that. Had Fournette, AK, and Patterson my running backs. Justin Jefferson, DK, Rondell Moore, Cooks, Pickens for wide receivers. Who do you have higher?
It's
Fournette
Hall.
Or Hall?
We have Hall higher.
Yeah.
He was just answering the question.
Oh, that's my fault. Eric, would you rather start Juju or Garrett Wilson over on Facebook?
Yeah. Welcome in, Eric, on Facebook. We're going to start Juju over Garrett, at least for me.
Yeah, I would too. Did we already answer this? Breece Hall or Pittman rest season? Oh, we did.
We did. Same spelling. Same spelling.
I'm 2-3, 12 team, half PPR. Can't flex running back in our league. Hurts, JT, Hall, Stevenson, Damien Harris, Algier, Tyreek Hill, London, Dobbs, Scary Terry, Bateman, Dotson, Kelsey. Any moves to make? Drop who for DST?
Well, if you're not starting Travis Kelsey, there's an issue. Like maybe I don't know why Kelsey isn't named in the starter. You need to be starting Kelsey.
I think he is, because I don't see any other tight end that's named. So
Taysom Hill. Or is that Tyreek Hill?
Hill?
It's Tyreek Hill. Okay. Sorry. I read that.
If that's there's no shot we're sitting Travis Kelsey.
He would have said Taysom Hill. That's Tyreek Hill.
I think he was just listening. I think he wants to know who to drop for his defense.
For a DST, you're dropping Dobbs or Algier. Probably Dobbs. No, Dotson? Are you dropping Dotson? Oh, I love Dotson. You're probably dropping Dotson.
Defense. Why don't you just drop whoever you have a defense now? I can't imagine you just don't have a defense.
There's
no. Here's the thing. There is no. I could care less what defense anybody has. I would just try. If you, with all the options you have here, I don't want to drop anybody. If you absolutely had to, you could drop Jahan Dotson. I don't want to. Maybe Algier. I guess Algier could be an option, but you're not incredibly deep at running back right now. You have JT, Hall, and Stevenson. If any other injuries come for one of those guys, with Harris out, whatever. If you become really thin, so I don't mind holding Algier, but if you absolutely have to, then I'm going to drop Tyler Algier.
Yeah, you can't flex running back. I think you're okay. Drop Dotson if you need to get a DST, and let's pick up the Patriots.
Trade candidates for Kenneth Walker. I mean, I don't.
Who's on your team? That's super simple, Drew. Let us know who's on your team.
Which players would you hold rest of season? Pick 2: Jameson Williams, Pacheco, James Cook, Alec Pierce, Christian Watson, Sky Moore. I'm gonna go Alec Pierce. No, I'm gonna go Jameson Williams. Man, there's some really good options. I'm gonna go Jameson Williams and Isaiah Pacheco.
I think for me, so I've said this a couple times on our live streams. Everybody, I want the backup running back on an all-star offense. And Isaiah Pacheco checks that box. He is, if CH goes down, he's the first and second down back for the Kansas City Chiefs who will have goal line opportunities. He has a one injury away from stardom. That's why I like Ronald Jones coming into the year. He got beat out by Pacheco. I give that Pacheco that same standing. So he's number one for me. After that, James Cook, he won't quite get that because there'll still be Zach Moss if Singletary goes down. So it's like, who's that next wide receiver for me? I'm going to go with the person that I think has the best shot at being that next deep threat alpha, and I guess that's probably Jameson Williams for me.
I just think Jameson Williams is a really high ceiling. I like all of these options. Actually, like it's crazy that you could have to make this decision. But yeah,
Zamir
White. But yeah, like it's Jameson Williams. I absolutely love him in the second half that he comes back, and then Pacheco is the guys I would go with here. Should I ride with these guys to the ship? Josh Allen, Debo, Mike Evans, JT, Henry, Njoku, London, bench, ETN, Alexander Madison, Matt Carter, Pickens, Damien Williams, New England defense for the win. Yeah, I think it's solid. I like your depth on the bench. You got ETN, Alexander Madison, Michael Carter, all in great spots. George Pickens. I don't think you need Damien Williams. I think you could drop Damien Williams even when he comes back. Like I just don't think he's ever going to be a factor that's going to matter. So I would probably rather do that and drop Damien Williams and pick up somebody else.
Okay. Got that next one?
Oh yeah. Opinions on Burrow rest of the season. He's played some tough defenses, but his line looks sketch. Should I try to upgrade in a 1 QB league? No.
I think it's a different reason this year than it was last year. But the Bengals passing offense, in my opinion, will be a top 8, top 7 passing offense in the league. Their offensive line is much improved. It just hasn't played like that so far. But I do think they are night and day from what they were last year. Will they reach that top 10 ceiling that we thought they would preseason? Maybe not, but they're definitely not the bottom 5 offensive line that they had last year. I think things start to turn around. I think Joe Burrow, right now he's averaging 20 fantasy points per game. I think he's more in that 23, 24 range, where he should be a top 8 option for you most weeks. I think you hang on to him.
I did see this lady real quickly. Lamar has 37 points over Herbert after 5 games, 7.5 point advantage so far did rushing. Yes, but it's also really due to those 2 monster games he had week 2 and week 3 against Miami. Obviously, that's in his range of outcomes. But the other 3 weeks, he's been pretty pedestrian. I mean, I should say pedestrian. I should say he's been much closer to or less than that. Like the last 2 weeks, 15.1 and 15.8 over the last 2 weeks. But he had that 40.4, 42.6. And then week 1 where he scored 21.2, which again, fine. That's not anything like, elite. But yes, he has that in his range of outcomes because of his rushing upside. In both of those 2 games, he had over 100 rushing yards. He scored 4 touchdowns and 5 touchdowns over those 2 games. He's only had 1 touchdown and 2 touchdowns over his last 2 games. So yes, there's a little bit of volatility there. But I also think the Chargers offense is only going to get better once you get Keaton Allen back into the offense and stuff like that. So
that's the biggest point there is that Herbert's been doing what he's been doing without. You can call him still the 1. I call him the 1A to Mike Williams 1B. Like he has a safety valve. He knows he can get 8 for 80 most games. Keenan Allen makes Justin Herbert that top 3 QB that we saw last year.
Yeah. Need to flex Jeff Wilson, Sanders, Lazard, Higbee, Dobbins, DJ Moore. My starts are Andrews, Kamara, CMC, Terry, and Kirk.
First two for me. You're starting. You're flexing Wilson and Sanders, unless you're trying to bench Terry because you had Terry. You don't like Terry as much, but I'm not benching Terry for any of those other options. Lazard, Dobbs, DJ Moore.
I think you're panicking a little bit here with Garrett Wilson because Zach Wilson, they're just going to be much more balanced. Where when we saw Joe Flacco, he was throwing 50 times a game. We knew that was never going to be the case. I mean, Gabe script had a lot to do with it, stuff like that. So there's not as much volume to go around, and it's a crowded room with Elijah Moore, Garrett Wilson, Tyler Conklin being involved. Corey Davis, didn't even mention him. Breece Hall, Michael Carter. There's just so many mouths to feed. I hate using that cliche, but it's the truth. There's a lot of pieces here to get targets from, and so yes, it is going to drop, and it's going to be hard to trust on a week-to-week basis with him unless we get some injuries. So, would you do a Jeff Wilson and DeAndre Hopkins for Tyreek Hill trade? Yes,
I'm in.
Because Jeff Wilson is, I don't think he's going to hold on to this job all year. Or at the very least, you're going to see much more of a committee approach once Elijah Moore comes back. Thanks for staying up late with us, late night workers. Appreciate it. We are almost at 4 hours. I think this is a record for us. It's almost.
I was going to ask you, Kev Steele, of all the years you've been doing this, is 3 hours and 45 minutes the record?
It definitely is, and I actually, for myself, have to be up in 5 hours to go to work.
You're a stud. Hey, thank you guys for rocking with us. There's still 50 people rocking with us right now. We really, really appreciate it.
100%. Appreciate it. This is my favorite day of the week to do this because we get to go live and answer all these questions. So, hey guys, I traded Dalvin Cook for Amon-Ra St. Brown. I have Breece Hall, Fournette, and B-Rob as my running back. Wide receivers now are T. Higgins, Chris Olave, Devontae Smith, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Josh Allen as my quarterbacks, and Ertz tight end with Philly D. So he traded Dalvin Cook for Amon-Ra. I think that's fine. I mean,
his running back 3 gets a little sketchy. You go Breece Hall, Fournette, B-Rob. That's where we get a little nervous. Your wide receivers are now Amon-Ra, T. Higgins, Chris Olave, Devontae Smith.
I think you could have got a little bit more for Dalvin Cook.
Yeah,
than just
I think so. I think so. I don't love it.
Right.
I don't hate it, but I don't love it. C-.
Yeah. Alejandro, Ertz or Taysom Hill? I'm going to go Ertz on this one.
Agree.
Kicker question. Love to see those. Myers or Gano or York? Pull up my kicker rankings here.
I mean, Gano has been balling a little bit. Let me see here. Got
Jason Myers for Seattle against Arizona. Gano.
York's been missing kicks for Cleveland. Let's go Seattle versus Arizona. I expect Arizona to be scoring a bunch. Seattle can score. We've seen it with Gino Smith. They'll have enough field goal opportunities. They'll have enough extra point opportunities where I think we can get Jason Myers to be that top option.
I think I would go Jason Myers, but I would throw in if somebody like Matthew Wright is available for the Chiefs, I would go with him. He should be widely available.
There it is.
Because it doesn't sound like Harrison Butker is going to play again this week. Michael Thomas over CD? No. Your league is saying it's an illegal roster, or is like whatever the platform you're playing for?
Because he doesn't have the defense, right? That's the one we were talking about.
Unless it's something like what I would say is if it's not written down somewhere, it's not in some sort of bylaw somewhere, it's not an illegal roster. As long as whatever your platform you're playing on doesn't have as a rule, and it's not written down somewhere, it's not some rule that's been agreed upon. It's not a rule.
But I'll drop Jahan Dotson to make sure I get 5 or 6 points for my defense. A lot of these fantasy matchups, come down to be 5 points or less, I think if you have a defense that you're pretty confident can get you 4 to 6 points, you need to start a defense. I think I mentioned that with the kicker before. I'm okay dropping one of these guys that I'm most likely not going to start most weeks. I want to have those 4 to 6 points added to my team.
I think it would just depend. But
he mentioned Jahan Dotson. We said yes. The other option was Algier at running back because he can only flex. He can't flex running back. So that means he's starting JT and Hall with Stevenson being that third, Damien Harris being that fourth, Algier being that fifth. You can definitely drop somebody. Get a DST. Don't miss out on those points.
I don't know who he's talking about.
He's probably talking about York because York missed 2 field goals for the Browns last week for sure.
That's why I said I think Matthew Wright would be a shot that I would take a shot on. I mean, he nailed a 59-yarder for, I guess, in Arrowhead, which is the longest field goal ever in Arrowhead.
What about Cameron Dicker, the greatest kicker? He's replacing Jake Elliott for the Eagles, the Eagles. Just throwing out some names there, but yeah, I got Myers the highest. Definitely a kicker aficionado here.
Yeah. Stafford or Wentz this week? I'm going Stanford.
No, that's Stanford.
Why are you talking a lot about Pacheco? He has told us what's the hype. It's mainly because of the opportunity that would lay before him if something happened to Clyde Edwards-Helaire, which through Clyde Edwards-Helaire's whole career, he has not managed to stay healthy throughout the season. And he would definitely be the direct replacement for CEH. So he would step right in. He would get at least the first and second down role. I wouldn't be surprised if he got a little bit more than that because he is a competent pass catcher and he can pass block. And so he is just kind of a lottery ticket waiting to happen. He looks super explosive every time he is given the ball. He is bigger than Jerick McKinnon is, and he would get the goal line work. He would get opportunities inside the red zone. Jerick McKinnon is somebody that's still there. And he could also serve a path as well if something were to happen to Jerick McKinnon. Both of them have been injury prone in their careers. Because I think he would step in and be that third down back as well, that he would run that same option. So we're just kind of waiting for something to happen here because neither one of these guys has been able to stay healthy. So, yes, you want Pacheco on your bench.
Yeah, real quick, Alejandro, what I do each week, if I have somebody that I need to put on IR, if I need to drop somebody, I add those guys like Isaiah Pacheco, Samaje Perine, Jalen Warren, these next up running backs on solid offenses. I want to have them because if there's anything that happens to the starter, you automatically have a guy that either has trade value or you feel like you can use. There's no quicker position that gains value in single QB leagues than the running back. And so you always want that running back too that's not rostered. And in my opinion, for the Chiefs, that is Isaiah Pacheco. He's probably one of the top guys that I want to roster. Rashad White's another. There's a couple guys that you just want to make sure you have rostered because if something happens to the starter, you have a really good gold mine. We saw that happen with Khalil Herbert last year. We saw that happen with Darrell Williams last year for the Chiefs. You need to have those guys that are the next man up because running back gets injured each and every week.
Trade candidates for Kenneth Walker have Brees, Alvin Kamara, Patterson, Darrell Henderson. None of those. You're not going to trade Brees or Alvin Kamara. That doesn't make any sense. Patterson means nothing because he's out for at least the next 3 weeks or the next 2 weeks. Darrell Henderson, no. Justin Jefferson, DK Metcalf, no. We're not going to do that. I think your best bet, if you really wanted to, take a shot, maybe offer like Taysom Hill and George Pickens or something like that. But I don't know if that really would get it done either. Maybe a Brandon Cooks and George Pickens for Kenneth Walker if you really want to go after him. But
that'd be the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, don't carry 3 tight ends is number one. We got to figure that out. But yeah, you're trying to do the 2-for-1 there. Don't trade Brees, Kamara, JJ, or DK.
I have Najee, Etienne, Jacoby Myers. Need to start 2. Who do I start? So I'm going to coach Jacoby Myers and Travis Etienne.
I'm going to have Najee over Etienne. Hold on. I'm gonna have Najee against Tampa. I'm gonna have Najee over Etienne, but I don't love either.
Okay. And then also, Khalil Herbert popped up at a 12 half-point waiver. How much fab do you spend?
5% or less. I don't think you're breaking the bank. You're gonna do if you had $100 because you haven't spent anything. You're doing $5. You're doing 5% of your budget. That's probably getting him, right, Kev? I mean, you're not going anything higher than that.
I would probably go 15%.
15.
He's one of those guys that I think that has standalone value, and if something were to happen to the starter, or something to the starter, we've seen how valuable he can be if something were to significantly happen to David Montgomery. So he's kind of one of those guys I want, and he has some standalone value anyway.
He goes back to what I was just saying with Isaiah Pacheco, but I'm not dropping 15% on Isaiah Pacheco. Like,
well, the thing is, though, I just feel like that Khalil
Standalone
Herbert has a
value.
little bit more standalone value.
a
Maybe
little
15, maybe
bit.
20, maybe 10 to 15%, like something like that.
Let's meet in the middle. Let's go 10%. Let's meet in the middle there, AJ. 10% of your starting budget, not what you have left. 10% of your starting. It's a trade. This is a big boy trade.
I traded Aaron Jones, Mike Williams, T. Higgins, and Ramondre Stevenson for Stephon Diggs, Michael Pittman, DeAndre Swift, and A.J. Dillon.
This is so much. T. Higgins to Stephon Diggs, upgrade.
This is a win. This is a big W.
This is Mike Williams to Pittman, upgrade. This is Aaron Jones to DeAndre Swift, upgrade. And then Stevenson to A.J. Dillon, probably even wash. This is a W on 3 of the 4. Nice work, Bruneel Jacobs.
My team is Hurts, Mixon, Swift, Diggs, Pittman, Goddard. Bench is Renfro, McKenzie, Moore, Fryermuth. Very nice work.
If we do a trade show, it's the guy from earlier. I forget his name, Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
And then Bruneel. They're hosting our trade show. We don't even need to be here.
I agree, D. Lenny, listen. If you're not, I don't know if you're D. Lenny. I don't know if you are in our Discord. If you're not,
I haven't seen him in the Discord. I want to see him in the Discord.
I am putting it right now into the chat.
I want to see him there.
And if you have any interest, D. Lenny, I will make you a moderator for our show. You've done an excellent job answering everybody's questions.
Just killed it.
Yes.
It's 1:00. He's been rocking with us for 3 of these 4 hours.
So I dropped the link to the Discord in there. So if you guys want to join, if you're not in there, D. Lenny, hit me up, message me on there. AO, trade away Dak and Boyd for Damien. Yes, absolutely. I'm doing that all day. How did we miss it? Did we miss in these? Should I?
No, they're just popping up.
Okay.
The 2 and under don't like.
Yeah.
Notify.
Should I trade Derrick Henry for Justin Jefferson?
This is right down your street.
Well, it's just tough because, like, I mean, if you're not having nothing left at running back, then no, I wouldn't do it. But if you're solid, you have good depth at running back. Yeah, I think you could do it. I would do that.
Yeah, team dependent. Paris, let us know exactly what that roster looks like in a vacuum. We're taking Justin Jefferson preseason before Derrick Henry, and 5 weeks into the season, we're still taking Justin Jefferson over Derrick Henry. Hey, look at somebody somewhere. We've just been waiting for somebody somewhere to tell us we appreciate you guys and you appreciate us. It's just a circle of appreciation. You know what I mean? Sanders and Wilson as his two flexes for Ja'Kai here. Other options are Dobbins, Al Lazard, Dobbs, Higbee, DJ Moore.
Sanders, Wilson's 95 options were. Yeah, that's what I would go with. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Pitts, only tight on the roster. Can we trust him with Mariota? He's the only tight end on the roster. Other options are probably your waiver options, right? And you'd have to drop somebody for him. Are you still just rolling out Pitts if he starts? Here's some names that Alejandro has thrown out that we've mentioned a couple times. Are you starting Ingram over Pitts? I don't think I am.
I'm not starting any of those over Pitts.
Yep, I don't think I am either. So that means Randy, you are starting Pitts.
Yeah. Put it in reverse. Oh man, that was great. You missed it. That was one of my favorite things ever.
What? Put it in reverse, Terry.
Yeah,
no, I know.
You weren't in here. It was just me. It was hilarious when he did it, when Cody said it. Like, it was out of nowhere, and it was like, it was a
I've
response
seen
to
the
one of his
video.
questions. Yeah,
I've seen
I
the
died.
video.
I died.
It's so good. It's so
You
good.
said it perfectly. But anyways, Terry, thanks for coming back. As always, set my lineup: 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 1 tight end, 1 flex. Russ or Gino? I'm going Gino. I can't believe we're doing that, but that's what we're doing. And then a wide receiver, we're going Cup for sure. And then Sutton. And then at running back, we're going Brees Hall, Aaron Jones. Tight end, we're going Njoku. And then for the flex, I'm going to go with Joe Mixon.
Nailed it. Couldn't have done it better.
How far back in the chat? We're not that far back.
Hey, we're only 10 minutes.
Peanut
Butter jelly, PB&J, we're right there.
Start Kyler or Gino. Kyler for sure.
Yes, that's correct.
Who should I start in my flex, Godwin or Sutton? I'm going to go Sutton.
This is the legit question. And you and I have been on the Sutton train, and I'm like 1 foot off. And I need you to talk me into it here. I've got Sutton at wide receiver 14. I've got Godwin at wide receiver 19. I'm still in. I'm still in. Give me Sutton.
Aaron, should I start Pittman and Mostert, or should I trade Pittman and Mostert for Connor? No. I want Pittman's side.
Correct.
Pick a DST. First of all, Alejandro, we do not just want a DST for rest of season. Because
play the matchup.
Yes, just play matchups every single week. We don't.
But that said, I read off the Patriots' schedule for the next 4 weeks. Very favorable. They have a bye week and then another favorable matchup. I would rock the Pats for at least the next 4 weeks, assuming there's no major injury.
Yeah. A solid pick, plug, and play. Yes, as long as James Conner's out. Yep. I think he's and I think even if he's not, if he does play, I still think he is a viable option.
But just to clarify, like high end flex, right? As a running back too, you're worried, right? Should not be.
You don't want him to be your every week RB2, no. But I think for this week,
can he be an RB2? I will not have Eno Benjamin ranked as an RB2. Is what
I
I'm
already
saying.
do. Yeah, me and Cody both have him as an RB2.
Can we officially put on the board CH Eno, you versus me, PPR? We doing PPR? They're both.
I mean, I have CH as I think. Hold on, let me look. Whatever, got him.
You picked Eno over CH earlier in one of our questions. I thought you were foolish.
Oh, I do. I have Eno at 19. I have CH at 21. So,
you want to do that one?
Yeah, I'm down. We're good. Yeah, we can do that.
Another one I'll add to the board.
Thank you, fellas. Are y'all from Kansas City? I am from Kansas City. He lives in Lawrence. I work for Clay Como plant. That's funny because I actually work right down the street from there. I work.
No way. No, you don't. Are you serious?
Yeah, the Clay Como. Yeah, I work off 210. He'll know what that's at.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so I work off 210. So I'm like an exit down from there. So that's
2015. I was in the Waldo area, 72nd and Oak, and now I am Lawrence, LFK, as they say.
Yeah, so live in Smithville, but right now I work right down the street from there.
So.
Yeah,
you're north.
Yeah. Hey, Clay Como plant. That's where it's at, man. They pay well.
Noted.
Huh?
Noted.
Yeah. Levi trade Mike Williams for T. Higgins. Yeah. It's close.
It's close. Probably. We're going to have T above Mike Williams most weeks.
Brian Robinson, Mike Boone, or Pacheco to keep. I would probably rank it Brian Robinson, Mike Boone, Pacheco.
I want Mike Boone, or I want Brian Robinson, but I want to trade him. If that makes sense. I want Brian Robinson this week. I want to move him after this week.
Yeah. Opinions on healthy Kamara will be rest season. Wins his QB. I think the offense becomes more of a deep ball team and less checked out Kamara. Yes. That does definitely worry me. There's a lot more mouths to feed in this offense once everybody's healthy. I think Kamara will be okay, but I wouldn't expect, a couple of years ago. Leonard Fournette, Henry, Josh Jacobs, Walk. Oh, those were his running backs. Yeah, that's right. Because I said, should I trade Derrick Henry for Justin Jefferson? That's right. He actually does have a really good. But once you take him out of the equation,
once you take him out of the equation, I don't have a running back 1. I've got running back 2s.
Leonard Fournette's not a running back 1 for you?
No, he's a sell high for you.
I mean, he is, but he's still like at least in the he's still I don't know. I would actually make this trade. I would say yes. I would trade Derrick Henry for Justin Jefferson.
Okay. Do it.
Where are we at?
Here.
T. Higgins and Najee Harris for Pittman and Jacobs. Pick the winning side. I would go Pittman and Jacobs. Especially the way that Jacobs is playing.
Yeah, man. He's been good. He's been really good. I agree.
Peanut butter and jelly, trade Olave, London, and Pitts for Devontae and Najee. Did we already answer that? I thought we did. Did we answer that?
That's a new one.
I want Olave side.
Can you afford Najee being gone from that running back room? I always want to know what that running back room looks like, because if you're telling me,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll probably go Devontae Najee side.
If you're rolling out bums at running back, you're gonna hurt.
Put it in reverse, Terry.
A new Terry and 2 Terrys here.
I should have clipped that. That was a good moment. That was funny. Pick 3: Mixon, Brees, Sutton, Lockett, Thielen. I'm gonna go Brees, Sutton, and Mixon.
Do it. Put it in reverse. Oh, he's in.
Yeah. Should I be looking to move Hollywood Brown before D Hop comes back, or hold? Yes, absolutely. AJ, if you have not already, you can go watch buy low video or buy video that I just did. I think it was yesterday, week 6. Buy or sell, and I am a definite sell Hollywood Brown.
I'm not to that level.
His value is not going to be any higher than it is, and I just don't know if he is going to be able to support that.
I don't know if he's as big of a sell for me. He's not going to be the wide receiver 1. I think he's wide receiver 5 overall in the year. He's been absolutely fantastic. That's not who he is. He's probably more of the wide receiver 2. But I don't think, unless you're getting that wide receiver 1 return where you can get a top 15 running back, I don't know if I'm selling him. I still think Hollywood's going to be good, just maybe not top 5 wide receiver that he's been.
Somewhere Najee's problem is Steelers offensive coordinator Matt Canada. Canada's not easy. But I mean, he was the offensive coordinator last year. But then again, I mean, it was really Big Ben that was really running.
Yeah, that's true.
Kenson, I mean, we answered the question, didn't we?
Yeah, we were a little late. I missed that one because they don't pop up. That $1.99 doesn't pop up to let us know right away. But I got it. Sorry, Kenson. Got it. A little late.
Okay. Myers, Crosby, or Maher, who has the better stream? I'm going to go Maher.
I'm going to go on this one, Crosby. I think against the Jets, they will score 27, 28 points. You just hope there's a couple field goals mixed in. Give me Crosby, then Myers.
Spoke with Joe. Would you pick up Devin Duvernay and drop Elijah Moore? I don't know. I'm not dropping Elijah Moore, though.
Elijah Moore is going to be so inconsistent when the Jets are rolling. When they're not rolling, he's going to be nothing. You're never going to know when to start Elijah Moore. Also, I think he's the 1B to the 1A, Garrett Wilson.
So you guys would go Mixon over Lockett. I would. I don't feel great about it. Joe Mixon has been terrible for the most part.
That's a bit harsh. He's been running back 2. You didn't draft him to be running back 2, but he's been running back 2.
He hasn't been very good.
You just wait till Lockett isn't. You just wait till Lockett isn't. Lockett does this every year. Every year, Lockett has 2 good games and then 3 bad games, and then a good game and then 2 bad games. I mean, he's had 3 good games now. We have a bad game coming.
4 of the 5, he's been good. 19.7.
Okay, you think it's going to be 5? You think it's going to be 6 in a row? How many good games?
As bad as that defense is, and the more they're going to have to throw the ball, yeah, it's there.
Wide receivers are so inconsistent. You can't. I'm betting against.
I'm not trying to talk you out of it. I already said Mixon, but it's just I just don't love it.
I'll do another bet. Don't make me do another bet, Kev Steele.
If you had to start one, who would it be? Zeke, Eno, Brian Robinson. We're going to split this because I already know I'm going to be Eno Benjamin as long as James Conner's out. You're probably going to be
God, we already have a bet on Eno Benjamin. Like, man, you are so high on Eno Benjamin. He's going to split work. He's not a 20-touch guy. He's not a 15-touch guy. I'll go Brian Robinson over Zeke. More likely to get a touchdown. Brian Robinson.
Will you pick quarterback first next year on fantasy draft? No.
No, but Josh Allen will be higher. We were all, as the industry, too low on Josh Allen. That's fair. He will not be first.
It's also probably 5 weeks into the season. I'm not saying that he's going to like fall off or something
You're
like that.
correct. We were too low on him.
5 weeks through the year.
Everybody was too low on him. He's not going to be first pick. He will be a round 2 pick, I would guess.
And that's going to be too high. Rate this trade. I traded. Yes, it's too high. I traded. You should not be taking a quarterback that early. I traded Walker.
Tell that to Josh Allen owners who are 4-1 or 5-0 right now.
But it's what it does for your entire roster, not necessarily just.
It doesn't matter if you're 5-0, Kev. I get what you're saying. Your running back two is probably Antonio Gibson right now. It doesn't matter because you're losing 4 points from Antonio Gibson to I don't know, Zeke Elliott, but your quarterback is scoring 10 to 12 more points than most other quarterbacks. You know what I mean? I get what you're saying. Josh Allen's scoring 10 more points than the quarterback 4. Like he's that much of a difference maker. He's the Travis Kelce first round pick against the other tight ends. But we're roughly in the same park. Let's close this down. I gotta pee.
Yeah, because no, it's like Jalen Hurts, right? Jalen Hurts was what, an 8th round pick, something like that, 7th or 8th round pick, and he's scoring 26.2. So there's not what?
Did we get this one? It's kind of another one for us.
I think it's another one. Fournette for Jamar or Henry or Justin Jefferson. What? That doesn't make sense.
Fournette for Jamar.
Oh, never mind. I'm an idiot. No, actually, I don't make sense. Yeah, if you can do Fournette for Jamar, I'll do that all day. I like that.
That's the one I want to do. I don't want to do Henry for JJ.
Yeah.
He needs a wide receiver. I'm doing Fournette for Jamar. And I lost their spot. Rate the trade. Terry!
I traded Walker and Sutton for Amon St. Brown. I think you lost that trade.
I agree.
You upgraded at wide receiver, but Brian...
put that in reverse. Redo that trade.
Yeah, that's where it originates from. Put it in reverse, Terry. Would you do a Godwin and James Robinson or Brian Robinson trade for David Montgomery? No. Now you're giving up too much.
That's too much. It's too much.
Yeah. I would do James Robinson and Brian Robinson for David Montgomery.
Yep.
Trade away Dak and Boyd for Damien Pierce. Yeah, we already got that one, didn't we?
If your other quarterback's Mahomes, trade away Dak and whoever for Damien Pierce. I don't care who it is.
I thought you asked us that one already, AO. I thought we already answered that. Maybe you weren't in here. Maybe you for a second. Start one, Hill, Hurst, Conklin.
Hill. Taysom.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this from my guy. Is that AJ Mills?
Thanks for this question, guys. It's just something like appreciate you. Appreciate everybody. If you're new here, we've been going now for 4 hours and 10 minutes answering everybody's questions.
What are we doing? It's 1:30. I gotta go to bed.
I know.
I have to work.
And I have to be up now in like 3.5 hours. But
all right, we gotta go.
Totally. No, we got to answer all the questions. We said we were going to answer them.
Yeah, we did.
Let's get through these real quickly. Zone. Start 2. Pittman, DK, Kenneth Walker. I'm going to start Pittman and DK Metcalf.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Thanks, dude. Just gave you a sub. We appreciate you. We could not do this without you guys. So this is our goal every single week. There are a lot of channels that do not answer questions. Believe me, every once in a while I go peruse the other channels, see what they're doing, and most of them do not answer any single question or comment. So that is our goal, is to answer everybody's question. I traded Kamara, Sutton, and Njoku to get Justin Jefferson and Mike Boone. I think you gave up too much.
Too much.
A little bit too much there, buddy. JP, would you trade Aaron Rodgers and J.K. Dobbins for Joe Burrow? That's too much.
Nope. You're not upgrading enough.
Yeah, you better get more than that. Oh, quit. Trade JT Waddle and Gino Smith for Mahomes, Debo, Lamb, and Etienne. So you're winning the Mahomes side by a landslide for Gino, but then Debo / Lamb.
It's Debo / Lamb, but then you get the JT side on the backside, and I'd rather have
for Waddle. I'm not doing that. I don't want to trade JT.
Okay, Mahomes and Lamb side. You take the downgrade at running back to Etienne, but that's fine because of the points you're getting at running back, or excuse me, at wide receiver and quarterback.
Yeah. Would you guys rather start Juju or Garrett Wilson for week 6? We're going to go Juju. I think we've had this one a lot.
We have.
Rodgers and Kittle for Andrews, Hunt / Aaron Jones. Y'all rocking with that trade? Yes. I'm not sure who you're going to be left at quarterback, but whatever. I don't care.
But you gotta get Aaron Jones. I'm not getting Hunt. Get Aaron Jones and upgrade to Andrews. Figure out quarterback. I love it.
Alejandro, we appreciate you, my guy. Been rocking with us for years. Appreciate you. Definitely getting us up for being new here. Didn't know you guys did this. Yes, we do this every single Wednesday. And then we actually, I don't know if you play DFS, but we go live every Thursday night. We had DFS. Me and
Sunday.
Matty D. Actually, now we're already here to Thursday. So actually tonight we'll be going live for DFS. And then Saturday we go live for Prop Talk with Cody and Tom. And then we're right back here again Sunday morning doing this exact same thing to get you guys ready to go for your once we have all the news and everything else. So JP, start Kenneth Walker, Mostert, Deontay, J.K. Dobbins, or Devin Singletary at PPR. I'm doing Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, Kenneth Walker.
Jared, back in here again. 2 wide receivers in a flex for this week. Waddle, Pittman, Gabe Davis, Jeff Wilson. I'm going to go Waddle and Pittman and Jeff Wilson.
I agree.
Would you rather start? Who'd you rather start for week 6? We already said that, didn't we? Juju. Lenny, I joined the Discord. See, happy to have you in there. I'm telling you, if you want to be a moderator, reach out to me and I will set you as a moderator on our YouTube.
Whoa. He didn't come back in. What is he doing?
Dan. Yes, we are the Iron Man of Fantasy Football 4-hour show. 4 hours and 12 minutes. This is our record. You know, I'm not trying to necessarily beat. This isn't the kind of record that I feel like has to be beaten. But we're here.
4 minutes
and guys' questions.
4 hours and 12 minutes. Ton coming back to back with the super $100 chat size. Too much. Thank you so much for listening to us, you guys. We appreciate answering all of your guys' questions. Kev's already dropped you guys with what else we have coming this week. Thursday night, DFS. Anybody who is interested in DFS, join the Discord. Join the live show tomorrow. Saturday, Prop Talk. You like betting? We're talking about all the props. Tom and Cody. Saturday morning before games start, we are giving you all the information that we have up to date. And then Saturday night, we're giving you the waivers to look forward to week 7 already. So every single night, except for Friday night, we're giving you guys content. Keep it right here. Sub, like. We appreciate you all. Thank you so much.
No, we're not trading Zach Ertz for Pitts. I want Pitts. Olave and Pitts for Adams and Najee Harris. I feel like we've answered this one. No, we want the Adams side. Yeah, we did answer this peanut butter and jelly. Are you just answering the same question?
Hey, sometimes it takes us a bit. We were a little bit behind. It's fair. We understand. But Kev,
anyways,
what else you got?
That's all we got. We're out of here. I appreciate you all. TN, you're the true GOAT. We appreciate
it's
you guys.
by the way. I want him to let us know, but it's definitely Ton. Like everybody I've ever met with that spelling is Ton, not TN. Like I don't even know where TN comes from.
What's his last name? Robbie? His initials.
Win. It's Win.
Okay, yeah, but
Ton
his initials.
Win.
TN. That's where we get that from.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure we weren't doing him dirty there. Okay, TN. I got you.
No, we're not doing it. We've been calling him that for years, bro.
I know. I just want to make sure. He's the OG. I want to make sure we're pronouncing the name right. You guys have been doing the initials
of his name. It's
you guys rock.
Too long. We've been going for 4 hours. Almost 4.5 hours now. I promise now we're leaving. Have a good night. Have a good morning, actually. We will see you all. I'll see you all tomorrow night because I'll be back here rocking with Matty D and D-Bro from Fantasy Pros talking NFL DFS. We'll see you guys not that far long from now. Have a good night. Be sure to jump in the Discord. It's in the comments. Bye.